Day 4, closing day of this, the first unofficial test match between South Africa A and India A, live from the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. My name is David Meachley, alongside me is Gert Maloney, and we're already a couple of deliveries into this Evan Jones over. Just wafting at that one. Evan Jones looking like he was in a fight this morning with the advertising audience, was giving it a couple of good punches and maybe feeling like he's ready to go for this final day. Gert, good morning to you.
Morning, David, and yes, I think he's one of those troops that has actually felt the brunt of it yesterday. He really came in hard, and he also took the very last wicket of Rajan Paul, who scored that magnificent century yesterday.
Short pulled away, in the deep. Oh, it's gone through his hands. Oh no, he did all the hard work to get into place and drop catch. Oh, Evan Jones, the last wicket of the day yesterday, could have been the first wicket of the day today. And oh no, hands on head stuff from Bryce Parsons.
And it could be just, I saw he came in just 2 or 3 steps off the boundary, and that could have just created that angle that just broke through his hands, and he just palmed it for a 6. And so instead of a catch, insult to injury, it is 6 runs for Thakur.
Yeah, Jean du Plessis, the man who took a brilliant catch in the covers late yesterday, having to make the decision early here on day 4. And unfortunately, it fell short. So the end of 78, 384 for 6 is where this game stands. Now, we all know that the unlikely nature of the change in possible result means that there's going to be a draw today, but that doesn't mean necessarily that it has to kind of dissolve into a nothing dead rubber day, because again, the opportunities here and South Africa A could yet be batting.
And also, for the players, I don't think it will be a dead rubber, because it is one of those things where you still want to put your hand up, you still want to show the performance, you still want to get your chance with the ball, get your chance with the bat, see what you can do in a second innings if you're an SAA player. They might be the ones batting. I don't think India A will bat again unless there is one huge collapse, as we see Parsons coming in and opening the day up.
Just 2 overs left to the new ball. We thought we might get it yesterday, but when that wicket fell at 1 minute past the half-hour mark, they did the umpires, that would be the conclusion for the day. So Parsons over the wicket. And a sweep shot early beats the man at 45. 4 runs.
And we saw yesterday that it is actually a shot that hasn't been played a lot, even by the Indian batters. We suspect everyone from the subcontinent to be very good sweepers, and this is the new batter that is actually in. It is Kumar, being a wrist finger spinner himself. He's a left arm orthodox spinner, sweeping his second ball that he's faced, and a lovely 4.
Able to just try and settle in here will be Bryce Parsons. He won't have much time though before the new egg is offered, the new nut, and we might see the return of Siaplaki and Ethan Bosch. Sweep again, this time in front of square, but not able to pierce the field. And the day set fair because the weather is completely on our side. There was a bit of cloud cover this morning when we started to make our way to the ground, but that's incredibly opposite to what we have seen this morning, because it's an absolutely perfect day.
Yes, leaving home we were making sure we got jackets in the car and that sort of thing, and got to the ground, and a beautiful blue sky lit day today. There's going to be another scorcher. Thankfully there's a bit of a breeze as well that would just give a respite to the players out there, because it did get very hot yesterday. It was a very long session. It's surprisingly how that extra hour that you play extra does make the day go a lot longer.
Especially with those extended sessions in the middle of the day, you know, the double drinks break. Something that has been hotting up is our viewers from the Indian subcontinent. Good afternoon to them. It's just before 10 past 1 in the afternoon on this Thursday. So if you're stuck in the office, good afternoon to you, and sorry that you are trapped in the office. Maybe just put us on in the background and throw those earphones or headphones on so that your boss doesn't get too upset with you. But this is Cricket South Africa's official YouTube channel. We will be with you once again throughout the series for both the 4-day game on Boxing Day, but also during the internal Indian versus Indian A team contest. Outside edge, and he's got him. Yesterday, Evan Jones had a drop catch off Bryce Parsons, and the early wicket for the South African A men right before the new egg. Well done to the gentleman.
And will this be the same story that we had yesterday morning when Krishna came in? First over didn't go that well, and then after that he just blew us out of the park. It was a fantastic spell of bowling that he had, and finally Evan Jones, a catch of his goes to hand after the drop catch in the first over that he bowled.
Yeah, it's always frustrating when you're a bowler. You toil away, you hammer in there, and you don't get the reward. And I think Jean du Plessis will breathe a small sigh of relief, but I think he still owes his partner some apologies. So that's the end of Shuttle Talker. He's gone for 76. It's 388 for 7.
Fantastic bowling by Jones, and this will make the decision from Bryce Parsons even a little bit more difficult to say, listen, who am I giving the new ball to? Because Jonesy is actually warming up. He's coming to the party. He's on 3 wickets already. So I think he will probably just bowl one more after this. The new ball will be taken. So it'll be interesting to see who he's going to throw the new ball to. But 3 wickets still needed, 388 for 7. And we were contemplating how long they'll be batting as well today before they declare and maybe put the South Africans in for their second innings.
That certainly upsets their plans if they had any. So early wickets falling here on day 4. And once again, the early morning ball and conditions here proving favorable. And it's such an important indication of where India A went wrong in day 2, because they got the wicket of Shackleton, and then the South Africans really applying themselves.
And then had 50 partnerships all the way through until the morning of the 3rd day. Then Krishna blew us out of the water with 5 wickets in the day, and also included a hat-trick. And this morning already we see the set batter Thakur going back to the hut, the same as du Plessis did yesterday. So South Africans would feel this has got to be the same story that was written yesterday morning as well.
How they desperately would love it. But catches have to not only go to hand, but must as well be taken. So Yasin Vali with a brilliant catch low to his left. What a fantastic effort there. Credit must be given to Jones, but even more so to Yasin Vali. He'll come round the wicket with the catching mid-wicket in place. 2 slips and a gully. Just fires it in at that leg stump.
The new batter Deshpande, he would just try and impress with the bat as well. He did bowl a couple of decent deliveries in his spell. He's their right-arm medium pacer for the Indians.
Absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to bring you this game, and we love your comments and your thoughts. Please share with us, because you're the 3rd commentator. Oh, outside edge, got him again. There's 2 in the morning, just coming round the wicket, angled in, straightened up off the seam, and Evan Jones has got 2 in the over with the old ball.
And now the new ball conversation. I think they'll still take the new ball. but fantastic bowling. I don't think you could you could take that ball out of his hand with a crowbar even if you use it to hit him over the head with it, because Jonesy is on 4 wickets, another one in the over, and there is still 3 deliveries left in this Jones over, so he might even look to wrap it up.
Boy, oh boy, if he could do that, that would be incredible. We saw a hat-trick in the first innings as Krishna makes his way to the wicket. He's got 12 matches to his name, so just blossoming in his career. And when you bat as low as he does at number 10, having 62 runs to your career is no surprise. He's not here to offer all that much with the bat, but he'll want to join in the in the late resistance.
And also, I think this will be one of those strength versus strength scenarios where you don't want to give your opposition fast bowler the 5th wicket like you got, and you don't want to be that 5th wicket or the 3rd in the over. And you can see, even when he's just walking backwards, Jones is just all sorts of pumped up. And the South Africans are alive. Everyone's alive. When they celebrated that wicket, it was hands. Everyone came together in a flash, and they know the importance of getting off the park as quick as possible because they had a very long day yesterday.
Toiled away did the South Africans, and like the Indians on day 2, really plugged away, getting wickets sparsely, but it was the first hour of play proving most fruitful for both sides. It shows what we could have had with the weather's on our side. Weather on our side, but
it would have been a fantastic contest if we had that extra day to play with, because I think the way it is poised now on the last day, it would have been set up
on day 3.
On day
Beautiful.
3.
Yeah.
And that first day with the overcast conditions and that sort of thing, I think that also influenced the decision to maybe bowl first from the Indian side. I think if they woke up to the next day and the toss only happened, it might have changed a tad. Jonesy coming in, still 2 balls left in the over. We are all rubbing our hands here. I've always enjoyed the fast bowl contest, the fast bowler to fast bowler. I'm very surprised that Jonesy hasn't welcomed him to the crease yet.
There is a deep square out on the fence, and now the point is also being dispensed with. So I think that might be the case. I wonder if they'll go along with the plan that they had yesterday to have a fly slip. There's no indication of that just yet. High five from Esterhuizen to Valley. Maybe he's thinking there's another one coming. To first slip, hip height.
Oh, talk about your double bluffs. And not taking the single there. Kumar not... he wants a bit of the strike. He didn't take the single there. And Krishna very happy just to rock back to his crease.
He wanted the single, did Krishna, but wasn't going to get it. And the surprising thing here, South Africa A, not indicating that Blakey nor Bosch would be bowling. Bosch out in the deep, and Blakey in the middle of nowhere really in terms of proximity to the ball. So 80 overs bowled. They can ask for the new ball. Bryce Parsons to continue.
They might just feel that this ball might be reversing a little bit maybe. With Jones, that last ball we saw, he got very excited. Might have been just a bit of a reverse swing. And Parsons might feel that he's actually getting a little bit of purchase with the old ball. And it's a softer ball, so it'll be low bounce, slow turn, much more difficult to hit. Maybe entice Krishna to play a false shot, or maybe take the single and bowl that detail.
To your point, I wonder then why they wouldn't have somebody perhaps under the helmet. Nevertheless, Parsons over the wicket. Sweep shot. Oh, and it's just gone agonizingly over the top of the man. And now with that decision not to take the new ball, Bryce Parsons will be frowning a little bit.
And we've seen very happy to sweep is Kumar. He's played 3 or 4 of those already, and this was a slog sweep, just hitting that cow boards very, very hard.
So long on, cow corner. and a deep backward point, as well as a deep square out on the fence. So just those 5 men in the ring, the conventional slip, as you can see. Oh, full ball. Far too full. It's almost a full toss, and he's missed out on something there.
I think
That's why there's the yowl from the South Africans.
he might have missed that completely because he actually played underneath it. Underneath the full toss, maybe expecting a little bit of dip, which he didn't have. Maybe anticipating more than actually playing the ball.
Another sweep there. Deep square is out there for the protection, and he just lets it go for 4. I thought he would have made a little bit more of an effort there.
Yeah, it's almost like he's lost it on the ground, and he was just strolling to pick the ball up there. It's the first time we can actually say a bit of lazy fielding from the South Africans, especially the ground fielding has been brilliant. The lead has gone up to 77. Kuma on 13 of 10.
Just steps away from his thumbs, trying to maybe push that through the cover region. Remember, the ball would be turning into the left-hander, and that's why he's given himself some room to try and squeeze it through the offside, knowing that the onside is packed. Again, trying to force the error there. Only 3 men out on the offside, barring the slip, so really the scoring options are there to be had, but if it turns the way that it has, it will present that challenge to him.
And also bowling around the wicket to the left, and he's pushing it across him and then turning it basically from trying to get it from a 4th stump into the stumps there. So if he's going to go, the leading edge onto the stumps comes into play. You can see them actually taking out the slip now and just strengthening that leg side field because he's enticed to sweep.
Again, the man in the covers was in a catching position, now being sent to the ring with the rest. He tried to maybe a late cut there, not able to get it, and that's the end of the 81st over. It's 396 for 8. The run rate just under 5.
Kumar is on 13 or 13. A very cheeky shot, that last one that he tried. Almost try and open up the face and get it past the keeper, between the keeper and the backward point that came in from the fence. Just try and squeeze it through there. 81 overs gone. Still no new ball as of yet. Jones had picked up 2 wickets with the old ball, so he'll be very happy to bowl again. He's in his 3rd over for the day. Run rate is still at 4.9, so run rate still looking very healthy. Lead is 77, and Kumar is on 13. But on strike now is Krishna. Jones to Krishna.
Oh, educated outside edge. Just played with very soft hands, which means he'll get to the other end, and desperation dive there from Gully, and the field immediately changing. And a good bit of energy. Yesterday, the South Africans also had such good energy when they began the day. Petered out in points, but while it may be quiet this morning, it certainly isn't a lackluster body language from the South Africans.
Yeah, they all looked very good this morning in warm-ups as well. Stretching, looking very positive during the chatter. Everyone encouraging. And one of the talks were to wrap it up as soon as possible, get those quick wickets, and they've gotten 2 this morning already.
Slashed at it. Almost stepped away to leg side. Not a shot of a specialist batsman, but
Not out of the coaching manual, that one.
no. But if it connects, there's runs to be had because of the wide gap there that has been left between a backward point and the man in the covers. They've just changed things up a little bit now. Got backward point to remove himself from the gully. So 2 slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Oh, outside edge. It's got a hand to it, did young Herman. Disappointed that he didn't stop that one, but they'll come back for 2 comfortably.
Definitely saved a boundary there. That the boundary down there has been very, very quick. The ball's been rolling away nicely. So yes, disappointed he gave away 2 runs, but he definitely saved 2 as well. So Herman doing great job in the gully. And that last shot, just to come back to it, is almost like opening up that front leg and trying to muscle it over the covers with the big vacant land that they've got for sale there.
Then the chatter begins from the South Africans, feeling like something is imminent. It's a good start here by Jones. He was let down in part by some of his teammates yesterday with drop catches and opportunities not necessarily being created. But he is somebody who plays with his heart on his sleeve, passionate cricketer, and maybe a case being made here for his inclusion into the Lions 4-day squad when next they do play. Today is day 1 of the next round of 4-day cricket. There's also some cricket in Australia. Most importantly, that's a great delivery, and he squeezed that! And it's missed at the non-striker's end.
Blakey just missing that one. He completely mistimed it, so it was played very softly. So the ball didn't get to Blakey as quick as he would have expected it. So Kumar setting off because it means only one ball for Krishna to survive. And what would the plan be? They keep sending out the deep fine leg. The slips and gully is still in place. You got to feel that the next over the new ball has got to be taken.
From the other end.
From the other end,
and
yeah.
No more Parsons, but a new over from Bosch or Blakey. Well, that one was very wayward. It's almost what you consider a double wide.
It's Jones will probably turn around and say, a tight call, Ampy.
Benefit of the doubt there, come on. And that's helped them, those last couple of runs have helped them cross the 400 mark. 401 for 8. There's one ball remaining in the 82nd and the lead 82.
And one more ball from Jones. And I saw Blakey's warming up a little bit earlier, just before Parsons took that last over. So we might see the exciting Blakey's coming in.
Still hitting the bat hard. The ball is 82 overs old. And he's giving it his everything here. 401 for 8 after 82. Kumar on 16 from 17. Krishna 1 from 5 in this partnership with 13 from 16.
And what would you do? Jones does still look a little bit stiff from yesterday. He is definitely not 100%, but he is bowling so well. Would you maybe give him 1 or 2 overs with a new ball and then say, all right, have a bit of a rest? Or would you actually do a double change now?
Double change for me. Jones has done the job this morning. He's picked up those 2 wickets and he's grabbing his chest a little bit, maybe feeling a slight side strain. And I think now's the time to rest him. Bosch must join Blakey as Blakey has now been given the opportunity to replace Parsons. And I don't know that the new ball has been taken. I haven't yet seen the signal from the umpire. What I did see is the umpire at that end, Thokozisi Shezi, put a ball in his pocket. And so if it were the old ball that had been presented to Sia, or the new ball that had been presented to Sia Blakey, they would have rolled it away here. So just keeping the new nut, maybe 1 or 2 balls here for Blakey.
Just to warm up, just to get the muscles going.
He'll come round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully in place. That's very wide there, and maybe trying to lure him into a full stroke. Sarab Kumar just looking at the wide line on the ground and looking at umpire Shezi. Remember that law 22 states that it must be outside the reach of a striking batsman in his stance, and so the wide line to a Marco Janssen won't be the same as a wide line to a Temba Bavuma. And that's why those lines would be there only as an indication for umpires, as a general rule of thumb. Down the leg side, and it's a good take though, coming across.
And Blakey just being a little bit wide on both sides of the wicket, just struggling with rhythm maybe a little bit. And there we go, you can see Manikam just encouraging the guys there, just having everyone up, just making sure that everyone's awake and expecting the ball, not just waiting for it.
Something we've got to be expecting here in the commentary box is that of local wildlife who have returned. There's monkeys that have once again joined us. They joined us on day 2, and they're back again. And especially with the fruit that's on offer here from the Northwest Cricket Union, it's always a risk that your delightful treats that they've given you could be stolen from you. And I don't think the Indian batters here would like to have their opportunity to score some runs taken away from them as well.
Yeah, we don't know. Maybe they would include a batter or two there. It's 1 or 2 big lads walking across there. So yeah, we had a bit of fun on that first day where one actually tried to get into
the scorer's box. They stole the yogurt. Thieves. Blakey over the wicket. Down the leg side. A little bit of wayward there from him.
He's just not hitting his traps. But we saw the same thing with Krishna yesterday. That first over that he bowled was all over. They scored a couple of runs. And then all of a sudden, after the wicket of Du Plessis that was taken brilliantly in the gully, everything just clicked. So he just needs that 1 or 2 good deliveries just to feel like he's in the game again. Didn't bowl that much yesterday. Only about 11 overs that he bowled yesterday. 1 for 55. So from the bowlers, I think the seam bowlers, he'll be one of the freshest ones this morning.
It's a lovely delivery, and especially to the man at the wicket. You know, he'll feel like he can get on top of Prasid Krishna here, and the key to that is making sure that he's got a consistent line and length, that he's focused on what needs to be done, and utilize the facilities here, because yes, it's that first hour that really makes the difference, because after that it really does certainly does become a hard toil.
Yes, it does. And I don't think the South Africans want to stay in the field, especially with the 2 wickets they picked up this morning past that hour mark.
Yorker. Great delivery there from Blakey. Good way to end the over. Jones will continue from our end, the university end. It is the end of 83. It's 402 for 8. The lead now, 83.
And 2 wickets in hand for the touring Indian side. They might just feel that they just want to see if they can maybe keep the South African batters in the field for another, let's say, hour or so maybe. And the new ball has been taken. So this will be a completely different test for a batter like Krishna, who actually handled the Yorker pretty well from Blakey's. But I think that was why he might have just continued with the old ball a little bit, just to see where he is, where he feels, just to warm up.
And this is, you would argue, the right decision with fly slip going out and deep point. There's going to be some short stuff here from Evan Jones. He doesn't hold back when he runs into ball.
And see him just want to amend the field a little bit there. Just get money come a little bit closer to the batter. And Blakey now all of a sudden has got a mammoth piece of land to cover.
I don't think there's going to be anything on his pads. Is a slip, fly slip, or a fine third man, 2 gullies, deep point. Outside edge, and that would have exactly gone to second slip. Yasin Valley just outside his reach.
That is the one that they were looking for. And this was Jones's story yesterday, where a lot of the edges didn't carry it, went through the slips, it went through the fielders. So another one, his story just continues. That one just passing Vali's favoured left hand.
I might be the type of guy to consider maybe getting another man in there, leave the fly slip, remove the cover, And that's exactly what they've done. They've dispensed with the gully and Bryce Parsons himself coming to that second slip region. So 2 slips, a gully, fly slip, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And he's just played that to the man at deep backward point. One of only 2 men out on the offside. And so they rotate strike nicely, which means everybody's got to run round and change where they are. The left-right combination can be quite frustrating at times for teams because not only are they getting their step counting in, but the lines and lengths that are required to bowl will need adjustment.
And also the plans for batters change, especially when it's maybe a batter that's in there for a while. If you think of the left-hander Paul, if he was still there batting with a Kumar or Krishna, the plans would change quite a lot and the field would change dramatically. Where with these two, it's kind of just stuck to the same plan. They still got those 2 slips, a gully, a backward point in, and they've got the deep fine leg out as well. That was a lovely ball. You can actually hear it just caressing the deck as it went through.
Just a kitten's whisker away from the stumps. Marvelous bowling here from Evan Jones. And that's exactly what you want your fast bowler with the new ball to do. Really just either he's got to look to get the batter to drive or use the hardness of the new ball to perhaps rough him up a little bit. Full ball, it's a double sound, it's bat pad in swinging delivery, and that's exactly what was needed.
And that is one of those deliveries that would normally get batters going. He was very lucky to get an inside edge on the pads there. And Jones searching for that 5th wicket. He is in his 18th over, conceded 96 runs, but this morning picked up 2 brilliant wickets with and also included a drop catch as well.
And I think that's also why Bryce Parsons has persisted with Evan Jones here, knowing that there's a fifer on the way. Deep square being dispensed with, still catching options on the offside. Up and over the bowler's head, falling safely there. Not exactly well timed, but it means that he'll get to the other end. So 1 ball remaining in this, the 84th.
And again, to my point, it just shows that the plan is kind of the same for both batters. Get them playing straight, let them create the shots. The only position that is different is for Krishna is Kumar has a deep point out, being the left-hander, normally a deep cutter, and then the fly slip as well. Where for Krishna, everyone is basically just smothering him. And the last shot, not very convincing. Oh, another one where he opens up that front leg and trying to get it over cover.
He's not here for a long time. He's here for a good time. It's the end of 84, 404 for 8 rather. The lead 85 runs.
Yeah, he's heard about Potch. He knows it's very much a student lively, friendly area. So Kumar has decided that he's going to play some shots.
Picturesque day here at the JB Marks Oval, northwestern corner of South Africa, the Northwest Province, and local sports teams here are very well supported and have found success for many years, but it is the Dragons that call this part of the country home, the Northwest University Dragons, recently getting their first 4-day win in 3 years, so massive celebration when it eventually did come against the AET Tuskers. Plaiki to begin. Up in the air, and he's got him. Just chipped it really to that mid-on region. Plaiki has another, and that's the end of Krishna.
And it's almost a similar shot that it was the previous over to Jones as well, where the ball was just scooped up, kind of just trying to chip it into the gap. And Krishna didn't do much for the scorers, and he's not here to bat, he's here to bowl. And I think the same will go for the next batter coming in as well, Kavarappa.
Jean du Plessis making amends for his earlier drop catch in taking that one. So So he'll feel a little bit better, a little bit better.
I'm sure Jonesy will make him remember that for a day or two.
Cover upper just in his 15th match, averaging 9.4. But when you're batting at 11, you're not there, as you said, to offer much with the bat. But how he would love just 10, 15 runs, and how they would love to have a lead of 100.
And I think that would be the target, just get that lead. It's just a psychological lead. Although it's the last day, it is there isn't much time in the game left. It's just that psychological, listen, we could put 100 extra on. And that's kind of what you want to do as a touring side. You've got these little targets, these little things you want to do, not necessarily the W's. It's not necessarily about the win. It's about creating the chance, about doing what we set out to do. What is our targets for the team?
Definitely. It's personal goals that need to be achieved here, as well as the team plan in mind. So, Blakey, with the first ball of his 13th over, picks up the wicket, and I wonder if Evan Jones out the corner of his mouth will be sharing his feelings with his teammates, and particularly his skipper, who will be closest to him, to say, just give me one more, let me have one more. There's 5 balls here for cover upper to face. It's never enjoyable as a number 11 coming out to bat. When there's a new ball bowler with a new ball in hand, it's not something that you would have been well versed in.
And I think Jones would also just give him some tips on his defense, just to make sure that he gets another over.
Get fully behind the ball. Blakey to cover upper. That's a good stroke. Solid technique. Not a bad way to introduce yourself to the game.
Yes, that actually didn't look too bad. It sounded well off the bat. That came out of the middle. Not a stroke of a man who's averaging 9.
Look how good that image looks on your screen. Just beautiful. Just marveling at the weather that we've been spoiled with here.
And the brilliant work being done by our production.
That's very high. And just noticing the angle at which Siya Blakey comes in, it's understandable that the ball will naturally just come into the right-hander. You just see where his starting point is, and where he completes it. It's very tight to the stumps. So we just have a look there very briefly at the match summary, but we'll be back with you. And we are back. Lead now up to 85.
And it is exactly what you're saying, is he's coming in very wide. We can see him just opening up that front leg, maybe trying to just to get it, the angle into the batter, and then straightening up from there.
Toe edge of the bat, it's gone all the way. What a glorious stroke. Couple of bounces, 4 runs.
My greatness. That for a number 11 would feel good. I think Kumar would he might give Kumar a couple of tips there. See, this is how you hit it over the offside.
Just 2 balls remaining in this over. He's hit it with the right at the bottom of the bat. But when you've got that much property available to you, you're definitely going to make sure that that's the area that you want to target.
Also very tall man. He's got long levers, so even hitting the toe end of the bat, if he goes through the line of the ball, most likely will clear the inner ring.
In Valley just jumping around, knowing that he could be out there soon. Again, copy and paste. It's a great shot, and his teammates are encouraging him from the dugout. Well played.
That's a lovely shot. It's 2 great shots by a number 11. And if you compare this to what Krishna did, a lot more conviction in the shots.
It's a little bit too much width there from Siya Blakey. Maybe trying to entice the edge or encourage a shot like that. He won't be too upset. But if it keeps hammering those advertising hoardings or going near the covers, the ball could take a little bit more wear and tear than they would like for a ball that is only 2 or 3 overs old. That's the delivery he wants. He's upset with himself, his cover-upper, but All credit to Blakey. It's 8 from the over and the wicket. It's 85 gone, 4-1-2 for 9.
And Jonesy gets another opportunity to see if he can wrap up that fiver, wrap up the innings for SAA. But great job done thus far. We saw yesterday with the SAA team, Krishna destroying 5 wickets in very, very quick time within the hour. And Kumar's just settled the boats a little bit. He has played a couple of expansive shots, 1 or 2 shots that wasn't quite on. But he's 18, but he's faced 23 balls. And then we saw Kavarappa actually playing 2 lovely shots there. The lead is 93, and you still got to think that at 100 is on the cards.
And we're just going to have a bit of a delay here. A change of gloves. We were 77.2 overs completed when play got underway, and wickets have fallen, so I'm not quite sure what has happened. Perhaps the gloves, the strap is not the correct one, or some of the stitching may have come undone. So
Yeah, and also
maybe
might just be a bit of superstition as well. He's faced these many balls and he wants new gloves. He's faced... He's maybe just trying to get Jonesy off his game a little bit. We saw a lot of this from Paul yesterday as well with the bat he wasn't happy with after his first one had a slight crack in it, appeared to be.
he changed bats multiple times.
I think we went over there. Six times he's changed the bat.
So those 2 slips and gully on your screen, waiting anxiously. Great stroke. Got his back behind that one, so the gloves proving the right decision for him as they'll come back for the second. He's in his 20s and starting to look far more relaxed.
414 for 9. And run rate still very impressive at a 4.9. And I think that we discussed it yesterday as well. That could be one of those things that was discussed in the dugout as well. So listen, we want to keep a positive run rate. We want to keep the run rate up 4.5 to 5. So the singles rotation needs to be there. They've got a lot of left-hand players in the team as well. So it's always almost guaranteed a left-right combination.
Jones just being patient here while Kumar settles in. Much straighter angle of attack from Jones. Helps it on its way onto the onside. That's so well controlled. There's a mix-up in the middle. And barring a bullet throw, he was definitely going to be safe there.
And Kumar not interested in that single whatsoever. Kavarappa was basically on the other side and thinking, did you see the last 2 shots I played?
Yeah, let me control this.
I
Senior
got
man,
this.
20 from 25. I know that you've hit 4 runs through the covers twice, but I think I know how to handle Jones. Still that fly slip in position. Oh, that looked uncomfortable.
Oh,
Looks like it's trapped in the pad there. I thought for a moment it's got itself lodged in the pad roll. Just having a look at this one again. Comes around the wicket, comes very wide of the crease.
ball just kept on following him, and just a bit of late tail there into the batter just made it uncomfortable there for Kumar. Encouragement still from the slip cordon.
Almost running away with that shot, but he knew exactly where he wanted to go, did Jones, to chase after him.
And today still very subdued in the in the chatter. I think if we saw him yesterday with Paul being very animated, running right up to him and have a bit of a chat. So I think if this continues, we might see Jonesy getting right under or over the helmet in this case.
Jones just having a look at where he wants his men to be precisely. He comes in once again. That's the 100th run that he will concede. And it's good awareness as well from these two batters. Kavarappa now only having to face one ball in the over. Kumar at the other end.
be interesting to see how he plays this. Well, what would the conversation from Kumar be? Because his defense looked decent. Shot play looked even better. So normally when you say to a number 11, listen, stick around, don't do anything rash, it gets lost in translation. They only hear rash. So we might see a shot here. Actually, Seabosh just having a bit of a chat there to his seeming partner, saying that, listen, he's planting that front foot. Bosch and Jones just exchanging an idea or two.
Clear plan here with the left-handers receiving round the wicket bowling and then the right-handers the over the wicket. Just a little bit of a wind-up. He's happy to leave it alone. That's the end of 86. 415 for 9. The lead, 4 short of 100.
And Kumar is there on 21 of 28, taking the senior role. South Africa scoring at 390 in their first innings with a brilliant 100 by Du Plessis. And the Indian A team is on 415 with a glorious 150 scored by Rajan Paul. And Kumar at the moment they were 21 of 28. And Kavarappa 8 of 6. We're going to have a quick drink, wet the old coggles, and we'll be back in 5.
Well hydrated, no longer thirsty, but it will be Siap Laiki who is thirsting for this final Indian A wicket. It's a pity that Jones was not able to get his 5 in the last one, because it looks like off your screen just to the bottom right hand corner of the field that Evan Ethan Bosch rather, is warming up, ready to go. So Evan Jones may yet be stranded on that 4 wickets, but he'll still be happy and confident with his performance. Bryce Parsons suggesting Siaplaki to come around the wicket here, maybe cramp up the left-handed Kumar. He's on 21 from 28, the lead 96. And 415 for 9.
And it's been a lovely morning thus far, and for the players there's been a lovely, it's more than the breeze now. The wind has actually picked up quite a bit. It's just cooling everything down a little bit, but the action is hotting up. Kumar facing Plaikis. He's been looking to play a couple of shots.
Top edge, it'll fall in a safe space. Bosch running around to clean it up. Extra effort there from Plaiki, just popping up, just ducked out of the way of it. Didn't look all that confident in the stroke. Happy to get to the other end. Lead creeps towards 100, but it's just that 1 wicket standing in the way of the South Africans coming out to bat. Just had our drinks break, and that's one thing that seems to motivate all these South African A teams is drinks breaks means that they're fired up. Bryce Parsons removing himself from the slip cordon.
And you can also just see that slip cordon just taking 1 or 2 steps forward. Just we saw it yesterday as well. A lot of balls dropping short of that slip cordon.
Valley and Herman in the slips, so wicketkeeper in the mix. It's a good line and length. Good line and length from Plaiki. I wonder though if it may be an argument to bowl it just a little bit fuller, make him play at it. I think if he's going to continue with this back of a length area, that he might just find that cover-uppers happy to just leave it alone.
And if you're going to go that back of a length, maybe go a meter shorter, maybe get it up to the chest area, and also just adjust the line to maybe tuck him up a little bit more. Tall players don't necessarily like to pull the ball and have a tendency to get top edges.
He's just played exactly at the length that I would have liked him to do, so a bit of encouragement from the South African A dugout as well.
And I think that length wasn't bowled because of the 2 shots that he did play. But if you're going to bowl it full and wide, you don't just need a number 11 batsman. Any batsman will put that away. That is much more accurate. It's much more at the stumps. And this is something that I think they might be doing to cover up. If they're going to go short, go at him. And if they're going to go full, actually attack the stumps. The good old-fashioned you miss, I hit scenario.
Probing at that area. Tick it away onto the leg side for the single. Lead 98.
What do you think the plan would be for the touring team? Would they actually get the 100 lead and say, listen, let's get off the park, let our bowlers do a little bit more? Or will they just continue to bat and give these guys a bit of pitch time?
We're at 4 or 5 wickets down. I think the argument could be made for that kind of approach, but I think knowing that there's just 1 wicket standing in the way, there's a sense of inevitability about it. So whatever comes in terms of run getting after that 100 lead, that's when it might just say to them, well, that's the bonus for us.
We might get a bit of T20 cricket then after that 100 lead.
Gives himself room, and he's caught him. Swashbuckling shot, but it's gone to the man in the covers. It's a great catch there by Cameron Shackleton. Came quickly, and that's the end of the innings. They conclude with a lead of 98, 417 for 9.
And it's the same shot he's been trying all morning, getting that front leg out of the way and then smashing it through the offside. And this time connecting with it, but also cost him his wicket.
So that will be the end of the Indian A innings coming to a close. We've just had drinks rather 9 minutes ago, and the South Africans again that drinks break proving fruitful for them. The openers trot off, and we'll be with you in about 10 or so minutes as South Africa A look to creep up to that lead, but also to perhaps get their own lead in this game. It's Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, Wozana, where
quick morning, quick wickets, just like we saw yesterday. And the pattern continues today. India took on 417 runs onto the board. They took home a 98-run lead. And now the deficit is 98 runs for the South Africans with 6 hours of cricket left. David Midgley with me, Pendulo Makubane on the microphone. Krishna has the ball to start off the day's play to Yasin Vali. And we saw him in the first innings getting that inwards movement to the left hand, and so it's the case here today as well.
Yeah, India A scoring that 417. It was Pradesh Ranjan Paul with the phenomenal knock that led things for the Indian A side. Just a phenomenal effort from him, despite some challenges from the South African bowlers, but it was just all Ranjan Paul in that Indian innings for them. So who will be that person for South Africa A?
Yasin Vali played a very tentative innings in the first, scoring 16 from over 80 deliveries. Just taking his time, really never looked settled though for the entirety of his innings up until losing his wicket, and Shackleton on the other side was scoreless in the first innings, so he too has a point to prove.
As much as it was tentative, it was the necessary assistance for Ruben Herman. But to your point, they need to do a little bit more, does this opening pair.
And the chatter when we started off today was, well, getting a result here would require some miraculous movement, like a serious collapse, a ridiculous striking T10 kind of vibe if South Africa wants to put runs on the board. But it seems kind of procession-like, where we're just looking to see what will happen just before tea, if there will be any results.
It's going to be interesting to see what their plans are. Both sides. Remember, the South African A side not getting any runs to this opening partnership when Cam Shackleton was dismissed for a duck. Gone off the second ball that he faced. Just an outside edge. Absolute peach of a delivery. But a much varied pitch from what we saw on day 2.
Much different outfield as well. Outfield has gotten much quicker because it was soaked with water for a whole day when we lost day 1, and then day 2 in the night at the end of day 1. Basically a storm happening here in the northwest. But ever since then, the pitch and the surface and the batting has just become better. It's become easier throughout the course of the match now that we're on the last one. Overpitched, gets the outside edge, and a magnificent fielding effort. Wonderful stuff that from Sudarshan, but it seems like he might have gotten some damage onto his right hand. We end over number 1 with 1 run on the board.
It's going to be a crucial over here for Cameron Shackleton. He's on a pair, and he'll want to break that mental block that he would be having. A rare opportunity to be a part of a South African A side, and especially since his teammates did so well in that first innings, just occupying time at the crease. And as the experienced Yasin Vali just shares his information with him to say, we're going to have to partner together. You can see the man coming off the park really didn't like that one. With that opportunity gone a begging. So Darshan just wringing his hands as he goes off there.
It was a good stop from Sudarshan, who had to dive onto his right, and not having covered up opened the bowling with Krishna. It's actually Tushan Deshpande who's going to start off for the Indians. Had a fantastic back end of his spell in the first innings. trying to see if he's going to extract any movement, but starts off a little bit straight, and Yasin Vali continues with his scoring.
Yeah, now's the time for Cameron Shackleton. Left-right-hand combination for South Africa A. You don't want to over-talk it or perhaps curse young Cameron Shackleton, but it is something that he will be mindful of. He'll need to clear his head and break that mental stepping stone or pitfall that he may have in his head. There's 2 slips and a gully in place, and with Deshpande bowling here, a new ball. Interesting challenge. He taps down.
Hoping and praying that it doesn't receive the same Jaffa and Peach which he did in the first match, or in the first innings rather. You know, he wouldn't mind one just throwing down to the legs, getting to pet it off and get his first runs in South Africa A colours.
And especially since you want something friendly, maybe a half volley that you can caress away. There is a man in the covers, but he'll just feel a little bit better when he's able to get to the other end.
Well, Tushar Deshpande is also playing his first India A match here today. Yes, he does have quite some experience when we're looking at his first-class career. Is Deshpande, having played 29 matches, this being his 30th. But he's never represented India, so he too will be looking to make an impression, just like young Shackleton, and even worse for Shackleton, he'll be wanting to make an impression for his club side down in Pietermaritzburg, his provincial side, the AET Tuskers, where he and Yasin Vali are companions. Oh, feels like Cameron Shackleton is making good friends with Jaffa of deliveries.
You couldn't ask for a more stern test here. Coming with a nice straight angle and just beating Shackleton. You can see the small amount of anxiety after that one goes through to the wicketkeeper. He lives yet more. He lives yet to face more deliveries.
That steep bounce as well, just jagging off that back of a length, going past nearly his shoulder is Shackleton. Lucky not to touch that one. It's just so much pressure going on and on and on. Fans of Cam Shackleton don't want to watch what's going on to him because they're all eager for him to get that first run.
It's just soft hands there from Shackleton, guiding it to the gully on the bounce. 5 balls bowled, there's 1 remaining. Bharat sensing something here, so he brings in a third and the gully as well, knowing that Shackleton could be a candidate for the outside edge. Very flat slip cordon.
Gets it, squeezes it past the backward point. Cameron Shackleton just gets one with Krishna stopping it. And those are his first runs for South Africa A, and first runs on the board in this match. 2 overs completed. South Africa trail by 95 runs.
Sigh of relief for the Shackleton family, no doubt. Dean Shackleton having played such an important role. There's so many people that have an influence on a young cricketer's life, and you just cast your mind back as a cricketer to some of your school coaches or some of the various club or provincial structures or regional structures, and to get to this point, and it'll be a sigh of relief for all involved.
Now he has to face the music of the 5-wicket haul taker. Krishna did a fantastic job yesterday in the morning. It's still the morning session where he was so valuable. And now there's a strong breeze coming across here in the northwest. It's blowing on your screen from the left to the right. And Krishna starting off a little bit short, and Shackleton gets into under that, and he gets yet another run.
It's going to be important here for Krishna to settle into a good line and length to these two. It's not going to be easy if they continue to rotate the strike. And the trail is now 94.
The most important thing here for Krishna is indeed just trying to go a little bit fuller. Those are lengths that he can look to work with. Just prodding his bat at it there, Yasin Vali. Looking to squeeze it through that gully and cordon region. Still just one man patrolling the boundary in deep fine leg. Looking to see what type of game plan South Africans are looking to assess here. And what they're looking to execute as well.
I wonder with just 94 to get before the South Africans can build a lead, that the conversation prior to coming out to bat would be that of just occupy the crease, enjoy your time in the middle. So make sure you make the most of it, absorb the pressure.
Short balls coming in now. Looking to do something a little bit different here, Krishna. But I mean, it's hard to execute or make usage of those short balls if you don't have your standard line and your standard length, where after you've pulled that short ball or that Yorker, that you can revert back to. And right now, Krishna hasn't found that mark as yet.
No, not yet. It's still fresh, and there's a lengthy conversation, as you can see there, with Krishna to try and suggest as to where Shardul Thakur, the experienced man, thinks he should place his deliveries, and which are attacking lines and attacking lengths, and which are containing lines and lengths.
No, I commend the leadership as well from the Indians, because you'd think that with Shardul Thakur having played 75 matches, being one of the most experienced players in this lineup, you'd think that he would take the first ball. You'd think that he'd lead the charge and see what he can extract. But giving the opportunities to the other gentlemen, Kaverapa opening in the first innings, this time Deshpande opening in the first innings alongside Krishna. Love giving the gentlemen a chance to shine, see if they can make the impression with the new ball.
A little bit of extra width there, offered up, and a little bit of in-nip.
Doesn't work really much if you're going to be tossing it that wide. Yasin Vali hasn't been looking to play exquisite or expansive shots ever since he started this game, really putting a high price on his wicket. So the Krishnam and the rest of the Indians will just need to work a little bit harder to get him out.
And this is not the same Yasin Vali that plays for the Western Province side. Just one letter separating the two, but they are different players.
He plays this one really well, squeezing it into that cover area, having to run down and chase it up. They do just that. It's been brought back for 2. It's good batting from Yasin Vali, waiting for that one, playing it very late, and it ends over number 3, 6 for no loss.
Yeah, the deficit now just down to 92, and these two are just starting to scratch around in terms of partnership building. It's just the early stages. There's just so much cricket left to be played today. 5 minutes before 11 South African time, and that being the case, there's so much to happen today. We haven't even had our first intermission for a meal, so as I said, with this much of the day out in front of you, it's the perfect day to set out your stall as a batter.
It is those type of days where you can bat all day long, find the gaps all day long, but just not timing it perfectly was Shackleton. It goes down for 3. And with the way that this game is just progressing in itself, having lost the entirety of day 1, it seems as if South Africa will just look to bat for as long as they can right now until both them and the Indians feel like, oh, there's nothing much that can continue here. Just feels as if it's going through that process. So the South Africans will want to enjoy their time just batting and batting and batting. True, but you can't keep batting for long if you're going to receive jaffers like that, ball in and ball out.
Especially since there's just, as you said, they want to set out their stalls here to bat. It's not easy when you get a corker of a delivery like that. It's a good bit of sensibility there from Yasin Vali just to drop his hands there.
And the way that the ball just nabbed away from the seam. You know, there is movement when you're looking at it. It seems as if the Indians are just looking to see where it's most effective. Maybe just working on their lengths. But the shots are in full operation from the South Africans. Both Shackleton and Valley doing a good job.
Shuttle Taco really had to put the shoes on there to get moving. And he's somebody who, when he does get the ball a little bit later, you can expect something to come of it. And the way that these South Africans negotiate the new ball will be vital. Captain KS Bharat of India will no doubt try and utilize every tool that he has, every scenario available to him.
The tools want him to bowl the ball right in front of that offside, but Deshpande just looking to attack the stumps a little bit, drifting it down the leg side. Leg by signaled by the umpire.
5 runs from the over thus far from Deshpande, and that's something that we did note with the Indian A innings, is they were going at 5 to the over, really motoring along, understanding that the game being shortened required an extra bit of impetus in terms of their approach to the batting. But the South Africans, 5 from this over, I don't know whether or not that will continue at that frenetic pace.
That was thanks to the likes of Padikal, who was pushing the tempo. Bharat was pushing the tempo as well. Even when Safraz Khan walked in, even when Pradosh Ranjan Paul walked in, they were all looking to push the tempo. However, the South Africans' bowling was eventually able to reel it back with the aggression from the Indians, costing them some of their wickets. But 2 massive partnerships going over 100 runs was able to restore the Indians' balanced innings. And Deshpande, coming around the wicket now, loses his run-up.
He didn't look or feel comfortable with that one. Maybe as he's in his gather there, just clipping the stripes that are sewn into his trousers.
And bowled 16 overs in the first innings. He was toiling in hard. He didn't get a wicket though, did Tushar Deshpande. He ended up going for 3 runs to the over, but he was trying to do, or he was doing the role that Evan Jones eventually did, hitting the deck hard, running in, ball out. Jones more successful. Deshpande still searching for that first wicket in this match.
Yasin Vali searching for the middle of the bat there, and he's found it because he just comes across his stumps, and with 4 gone, it's 11 without loss. Vali 5 from 16. Shackleton 5 from 8. The partnership, as you can imagine, is 11.
Just taking a look at some of the figures as Krishna comes back to continue his bowling. Tall, lanky man who has played white ball cricket for the Indians. His first-class record is not too bad either. He has 54 wickets now, having grabbed 50 with his first wickets in this match. That Krishna, averaging 17 runs per wicket, is absolutely crazy numbers. Especially if you that fast bowler, hitting the deck hard, looking to make an impression. The impression that you've made here is just being pounced onto the square leg boundary for 4, sitting up as he dropped it short. Cameron Shackleton finally really gets moving now.
Now he can be a little bit more himself now that he's got a couple of runs to his name. What a magnificent stroke. Just rocked away with it. Ricky Ponting, eat your heart out.
Didn't see the ball after it left the bat. Does that sound that the ball makes after it hits the bat? You get the big sound. But then there's that sound that feels like it's a little. That's when you'll know that you've timed the ball well, and that will be the first one for the over for Krishna.
Trying to intimidate the young Cameron Shackleton after he dispatched that last boundary.
It's the bravery from Krishna as well to say, I'm going to go for it again. Let's see, Shackleton. Are you brave enough to take it on as well?
You see Cam Shackleton asking umpire Gasa, who's at square leg, is that the one for the over? Just confirming, is that 1 or 2, knowing that he's already played a pull stroke. Some of the Indian players with wide brims are struggling to retain their hats as the wind is very blustery here.
Oh, coming back sharply. It's a good leave though from Shackleton, really getting those hands and bat away from the danger of the ball. Survival.
And, we saw quite a lot of gusting wind in Bloemfontein, and how that impacted the game in favour of the bowling side, who was South Africa A at the time. Dane Patterson picking up 4 wickets. But crucially, it was a time in which they had overhead conditions to assist as well.
There was some cloud cover early in the morning and high levels of humidity as well. Then Evan Jones was able to use and extract as much of that as possible. Really pitching the ball up, hitting the deck hard, running in relentlessly was the big burly fast bowler for the South Africans. Pity that he ended up not getting his fifer though.
He really bowls with great courage and great passion. He doesn't leave anything behind.
One of those hard, gritty, bad players. Really does not stop hurrying in and rushing in, just like Deshpande yesterday, just running in relentlessly non-stop on day 2 rather. You want players like that, where things are just down, they can keep it going for you, and then strike where there's seemingly nothing. Krishna struck when there was something in the morning yesterday. There's something in the air today as well.
Immediately sets off with the yes. And Cam Shackleton here, sometimes a more aggressive player than Valley, and perhaps aggressive is not the right word, but more of a positive cricketer as we end 5-16 without loss. He'll look to keep the score moving along, and maybe that's the reason why the coaching staff decided that these two would be the best to open the batting. You know, a more introspective type of batter in Valley, and somebody who likes to keep things ticking along in Shackleton.
The only issue that we saw with Yasin Vali and the partnership that he had yesterday with Ruben Herman was the lack of transference of singles, twos, playing the ball in spaces, yes, no, not much of that. It's a little bit of a difference here today as we see that happen a little bit more often.
Safra's just taking some time off the park, maybe switching out from a long sleeve to a short sleeve.
Gets the edge. Cameron Shackleton loses his wicket. The pain continues, and the joy for Tushar Deshpande as he finally gets reward for his hard work. It's 16 for 1.
It's a loose stroke from Cameron Shackleton, just chasing after one that he could have done well to leave. Just pushed at that one. His brief vigil at the wicket comes to an end. Just going after one that was well wide. He knew exactly what he had done was the incorrect decision. Lifted his head back, knowing that he'd made the error. And he's gone. South Africa lose their first at 16 for 1.
Throws his hands at it there, David. Just throwing at it. Ball moving away from the pitch after it pitched from Deshpande. Not happy with himself is Cameron Shackleton. Ruben Herman was not happy with himself when he lost his wicket on 95 in quest of his very first class century. He now walks in at number 3.
He's got a whole day ahead of him here, so there may yet be that elusive 100 for the man. That's where this game stands. A wonderful batting wicket here, and if you can negotiate or navigate your way through this first hour of play in their innings, it may yet prove to be a much easier day for the batters. Just can't chase the wide things as Shackleton has.
Have to keep your game intact. You have to constantly think about where your scoring options are and what the bowlers are trying to do against you as well. Herman has come in. People are positive about it. Lorenzo's saying he thinks or she thinks that Herman is going to go hard here. Wonder what the talk was in the change room. But we'll see now with him having to face Deshpande with 5 balls to go.
It's a great way to start. It's a great way to start to the new man. Deshpande coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Trying to angle the ball into that off stump. And maybe just catch the seam and nip just away, or perhaps jag in.
Well, there's something that he got. It wasn't the biggest movement that got rid of Cameron Shackleton. It was the slightest deviation. It was enough. Goes down the legs. It's a good take from Bharat.
Very good dive there by the Indian A captain to go all the way down there. It's never easy to just launch yourself as a wicketkeeper. Ball coming quickly and swinging as well. It's still a new egg, only 5.5 overs to it.
But you know what's strange? It's not moving as much as I thought that it would. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, maybe the ball is moving as if it's 20 overs old, 25 overs old. It's coming back and it's hitting it hard. But it's just a little bit too high.
And the bounce at the JB Marks Oval might allow you to survive an LBW shout or two. Herman just leaving that one, hoping it would go through to the keeper, but you're not completely able to trust everything here.
But you know what's strange? It's the fact that that variable bounce that we saw in day 2 hasn't gotten worse. It hasn't progressed like we thought that it would. If anything, if you look at how the ball carried to Bharat there, it's just playing truer and truer and truer.
It's been more consistent. There was a bit of inconsistent bounce with the moisture that we had from the first day. And day 2 was a trial by fire in some instances with the inconsistent bounce, but after that it really just evened out and flattened out, and the South Africans deciding they wanted the heavy roller in the interval, meaning they want to really just compress the surface as much as possible.
Seems like the job was done. It's hitting the deck hard. It's just a morning session which proves to be problematic for both India and South Africa. 6 overs completed. 1 wicket gone, that of Cameron Shackleton. A happy Deshpande as South Africa trailed by 82 runs.
Crucial for South Africa in their first innings was partnerships of 50 and more. And that's where they'll feel the key to their success will be. Just plugging away, persistent with another over from Krishna in the off. You've got to make sure that you rotate the strike, but spend some time at the crease together. Enjoy each other's company, because if you're not of the same mind or of the same goal, it could be quite a difficult partnership between the two of you. These two in the first innings did well enough, but it was when Du Plessis and Herman got together that they really did flourish.
Riding the bounce very well there. did Yasin Valley. And what we also saw from both that part, from all of those partnerships by the South Africans going at 50s, was them batting selflessly, batting for each other. That's the concept that Gert kept on speaking about. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's about us and the team. It's a hard concept to understand if you're not watching the game, actually.
Yeah, context is important, and it doesn't come obviously, but rather in small moments.
Wild flash, a momentary lapse of concentration from Yasin Valley. Didn't really match the line of the ball, just wafting his blade at that. Lucky not to get an edge.
Uncharacteristic from Yasin Valley, especially without utilizing footwork. He's always somebody who tries to make sure that he gets his feet into the line of the pitch of the ball. And there it was almost a lazy waft at it.
No feet from Yasin Valley. Deshpande has already taken 1 wicket. Krishnal searches for his. Goes in a little bit full, but there is that mid-wicket stopping that good-looking shot.
Yasin Valley looked like he was already halfway on his bicycle, but had to quickly just reassess and reject any thought of a run.
You know, what he'll be happy about is that because the ball is coming true onto the pitch, it won't get stuck and miss time and then popped into the air and get caught. But he'll be wanting to place that much better. Nice gap between the mid-wicket and the mid-on. There's also a nice gap behind square, but fine leg has to run hard. Running hard, it does not count though. Diving for all his worth is not good enough. It goes for 4 nonetheless.
It's well negotiated there by Yasin Valley. It was fired in at that leg stump. He did well to get it as fine as he did. Just quickly, it's rather a little bit of a shorter one. He tucked it away. From first glance, it looked like it was well pitched, but good use of the wrists, whipping it away fine, and fine leg wasn't even in the game.
Thought he might have had a chance running down there was Deshpande. A little bit too much juice. The track and surface has become a little bit quicker, as we keep on saying throughout the course of the match. This time going a little bit wider, but it's mistimed from Valley.
He's struggled a little bit this morning, has Yasin Valley. Ball not coming onto the bat as he would have liked. Maybe the timing just not there for him, but he does well to get on top of the ball. He's not the kind of player that will ramp the ball up and over that cordon. He wants to get up onto his toes and dampen the base, the pace and the bounce of the delivery.
Playing traditional cricket strokes. Playing like a traditional opener. Huge gust of wind just blowing across here that we have to deal with. Krishna with his final delivery. Bowls it short, rides the bounce beautifully. Like you said, it doesn't look to get over or play these weird looking shots. Still a traditional batter going on top of the bounce and gets his reward with a boundary down to the third man boundary.
Yeah, I prefer that kind of square drive in that region as opposed to the cut. Not able to get as much power, and I'd rather just that he guide that one down, using the pace of the delivery. It's the end of 7, it's 24 for the loss of 1.
An interesting thing here. It's a pity that we've lost the day, but over 50% of matches played at the JB Marks Oval here in the Northwest bring about a result in first-class cricket. Teams batting first have won less than teams bowling first, so the Indians won the toss and chose the right historical decision.
It's never easy to extract a result when the whole of day 1 is omitted from the calendar due to the downpour that we had on day 1. But India A will not hold back here.
Average score on a final day as well is not that high. 154 runs, 7 wickets.
much less than Bloemfontein, where the highest score prior to that final innings was 199 that had been chased down. But the West Indian A team deciding that through Joshua De Silva's 100, they would just push that record ever so higher.
Well, ever so high is a little bit of an understatement. 344 runs was what the West Indies were able to score on that final day at the Mangaung Oval. And what a good-looking shot that is from Yasin Vali, but just giving it a little bit of too much air. Rather, Ruben Herman giving it a little bit too much air, not enough legs, just two.
Hitting it on the up there means that the pace required to get it away to the huge boundaries here, especially straight and square on the wicket on the offside for the left-hander, understanding that where we are positioned with the strip means that it's going to be shorter to the leg side. And when you hit it on the up, you've really got to middle it for all it's worth.
And the thing is, we were seeing Ruben Herman do that a lot in the first innings. He was not afraid to take it up on top, and that's where we saw the different setups, especially between him and Jean du Plessis. When we were watching the setup of Jean du Plessis, much more lower, much more crouched, therefore can play the ball much more later, can play it right under the eye and normally goes onto the ground and times it really well. Herman, his placement is perfect. His placement is unbelievable. But because of that setup where he's much taller, much more, he will play that ball onto the up. He will get more aerial more often than with a lower setup. But it's the placement that helps him get away with it.
And both come with risk. Make no mistake. You know, if you just misjudge it in either setup, it could go horribly wrong.
Ooh, it's just the only thing you can do is just laugh at that. Cause what a peach from Deshpande.
Herman going down the wicket, trying to find wherein those gremlins lurk, but it was a brilliant delivery. And all you need is that one in the context of the game. Doesn't matter if somebody's on 2 or 202.
Choo. Doesn't matter if what your setup is. We can discuss setups forever. If that ball is that good, you're just happy that you didn't get an edge onto the bat. You see slight adjustments into the field. You have a man standing at square leg as well, now going deep. And he plays that with authority, still on the up, but controlling it downwards. Rolls to the cover boundary, and what a good drive for 4.
Marvelous stroke. Straight batted smash through the cover region. He hit it so well. Lovely shot. 4 for it as well.
Oh, my word. So beautiful. Just a little bit over, not even over pitch from Deshpande. Nothing much wrong with that delivery from Tusha, but just immaculate batting.
And just the right placement as well. As you said, he's so good at picking the gaps here. He's done so very well. As Ruben Herman didn't manage to pick the gap when it almost was necessary yesterday.
Picks it again. They are all necessary right now as that lead goes down to 64. So much power behind that. It goes to the long off boundary for 4.
It's a great stroke. It's a great stroke. He knew that mid-off was wide, hit it very straight, and all it could do was run away to the boundary. What a way to end the over. 34 for 1.
Deficits down. South Africa batting at a higher rate than they ever did in their first innings, while the Indians were going exorbitantly crazy, batting at nearly 8 runs to the over for the majority of the first 10 overs of the match. And now South Africa, with the help of Herman, looking to up the impetus, which is what he was doing in the first innings as well too.
That's the perfect foil to Yasin Vali, who's comfortable to just absorb deliveries, take his time to get going. He's batting a lot quicker than he did in the first innings, 13 from 22. But maybe that's the remedy for the scoring rate of Yasin Vali is Herman just hitting a boundary here and there, giving himself a bit of stress release.
Here's Krishna. It's a good ball that from Krishna coming back into the left-hander, which has been the case throughout the day, but it becomes a little bit more dangerous coming around the wicket.
And that's exactly what they want to do. Is anything full, it's going to just take the seam and go straight on, or maybe just go the other way. And with the shorter stuff, trying to cramp him for room there, let him fend away at it, and that's why there's a gully and a very backward point. They want him to push at it off the back foot.
Goes a little bit straighter, attacking those stumps, setting it up maybe to bring up that one. However, the gust of wind has changed directions. It's now blowing from the right to the left of your screen, and luckily enough for Krishna, it is blowing on his back, so he's running with the wind.
That'll give him some energy and some impetus here, knowing that just one more before lunch, or even two, could give them that smile on their face.
Bowls it a little bit shorter, rushes Yasin Vali a little bit.
He didn't look comfortable with that one, did Yasin Vali? Just fended that off, just trying to kick at it almost.
It's very interesting how the weather conditions in a game of cricket affect the game so heavily. It would be a bright sunny day on a flat track and yes, batters, we are about to smash this ball. And then the wind comes through with a brand new cherry and it affects how it moves in the air. Even after it pitches, it still plays tricks on the batter. Going for that block hole, and it's deliciously delivered from Krishna, but well handled from Vali.
It's a great delivery, just hooping in on the angle. Yasin Vali doing well to get his bat down there, and that's I think what Krishna wants is, as I said, anything short he's going to fend at it, just prod at it, and we saw that with a couple of those cut strokes, but it's that one that just swings back to the left-hander, proves perhaps his undoing, and if he misses that kind of delivery, the LBW shout is very loud.
Mimicking his "Wee Krishna," showing some aggression. Yasin Vali does not care. But that Yorker, reminiscent of his hat-trick taking delivery, going into the block hole. Pashalala wins the stumps from Krishna. But a much sterner test in the form of Yasin Vali, who's just holding this over down. No run scored just as yet. And Krishna making him play and play and play. But maiden over, it's 64, which is the deficit with 1 wicket down.
Swab ball there from Krishna. Just those lines and lengths. You didn't feel like he was going to give you a freebie, as perhaps we saw in his previous over. Conversation with umpire Shezi as well. Maybe offering some assistance from his bowling technique is umpire Shezi, or maybe just saying the throwing at the batter in the context of the game wasn't really necessary.
Well, man, him being an opening bowler himself, and so was Shezi back in his day. Left arm, fast medium pacer, plying his trade for the Dolphins down in Kingsmead, in Durban, has now taken up the umpire's role, looking to do right of all the decisions that went wrong against him during his career, where he felt aggrieved. It's also very nice seeing how Cricket South Africa is trying to keep former players of the game in the system of cricket, trying to grow the South African system.
That's the idea of that long-term athlete development model that they share with all coaches. It's that final stage, I believe it's stage 6 of the LTAD that Cricket South Africa have set out. Starts with the fundamentals, with an emphasis on fun at that 0 to 6 age. It's or active start as well. Active start first, then fundamentals. And the idea is that there's a plan for a player from that first time that they pick up the red fuzzy ball that everybody's so used to with KFC mini cricket, all the way through to being involved, active for life, as we are as well in the broadcasting side of the game. So the love of the game means that they keep you going. Looks like he's doing a bit of trim work there, not using umpire's scissors.
I'm very interested about this athlete development program that the CSA is actually implementing, because people need to understand why we're seeing so many of the former players still remain in the system, and I'd be very interested if we hear a further breakdown of that.
So the idea is, and I'll give it to you after this delivery, I believe it comes from a Canadian model in which they talk about long-term athlete development or long-term player development, and the hope behind it is that there's appropriate training and preparation for players at certain ages along their journey in the cricketing sphere. You know, the active start is that 0 to 6, where you just want players playing mass participation and just finding their feet with gross and fine motor skills, more so the gross, the run, hop, skip, jump, catch, throw. And then you'll go into your fundamentals from your about 6 to 9 years of age. That's when you are really involved in your KFC mini cricket era.
Oh, a little fumble that. Well, someone might need to go check out some mini cricket skills for themselves, because these are the things that you get taught in the fundamentals. But in the pressure of the situation, and with batters running, they get 3 after the fumble.
And with that fundamental, with a capital FUN, the emphasis on that fun, it means that players begin that journey of loving the game for the sake of the game. And there's no real competition at mini cricket, at KFC mini cricket level. Everybody bats, bowls, and has the chance to wicket keep. There are no boundaries, so you could run 7, 8 runs if you are. Most coaches stop running at 4 though.
Just dropping it a little bit shorter there, Deshpande, trying to stop it. He gets the hand onto it, but the hand is not strong enough. Surab Kumar trying his best on his stronger left hand, but the ball still powerful enough from Yasin Vali to go for a boundary.
He's done well there, has Yasin Vali, just well timed there. On top of it, pulled it away. Fortune with that fumble, but in the end, it's exactly what he needed.
It's last ball of the over.
And I'm sure Gert will be able to tell you a little bit more about the long-term athlete development program.
Comes down straight. There might be a possibility for a shy at the stumps. Shy as you might. Ruben Home was already at home. 10 overs gone. It's 42 for 1.
Immediately set off Yasin Vali. A little bit slow off the mark was Ruben Herman. Safe in the end. That's the end of my stint. Gert Maloney will take my place.
South Africa trailing by 56 runs as we are now just 30 minutes until going to have a little bit of a snack with lunch. South Africa A with Yasin Vali looking a little bit more proactive than he did.
Thank you very much, Pendulo. Thank you very much, David, for your stint. It was a nice long one. A bit of productive as well. Herman playing a couple of shots with the score going on to 42 for the loss of 1. Just Shackleton back in the dugout. And you guys had a very interesting conversation about the long-term development we have in our players.
Shardul Thakur, he now comes into the attack, the veteran for the Indians. He's been around for quite a while. But yes, that athlete development program sounds like such an interesting thing that people who love cricket should definitely know about.
It's all about keeping everyone involved. That was the main the main idea behind it, and it still is just making sure that we don't lose our old heads, the guys who've had the coaching, who's had the experience, basically just sharing it with everyone going forward, and then that will then snowball into the households. And then also, especially snowball into the schools as well, because that is where our development starts. And he mentioned the KFC mini cricket, and then we do have certain areas that's playing under 7 hardball cricket already. So that's always fun, because they obviously can't play a big one there.
Well, crying babies after getting the ball hit in their hands is not ideally what you'll call fun. But it's nice that nice and early you're getting the boys and the girls into the true nature of the game.
Thakur coming in. Oh, ball just rising up on Herman there. Oh, sorry, on Yasin Vali. We saw that in the first innings as well, but it was more from Kavarappa actually getting that ball to rise a bit than it was from Thakur. And Thakur might still feel a bit unhappy with himself. He missed out on his highest score, which was 89. He got out in the 70s this morning, being dropped in the first over and then nicking one away from Jonesy, caught by Esterhuizen.
Jones, who had a magnificent time with the ball. And speaking about that athlete development, you know, Cricket South Africa trying as much as they can to bring players from a young age into the game from different disadvantaged backgrounds. The hub system which has started going into those small rural areas, unearthing that potential in South African cricket. It's where I would have wished to see more of the former players also go into that system, into that hub system, to build up those players.
Oh, just trying the ramp shot there, getting a little bit excited is Thakur, and Herman seeing the big vacant land behind the slip cordon, just couldn't make contact there. And I agree with you, but also thinking that the logistics behind it isn't always possible. If we go 15 years back, before everything got a very professional and contracted players and that sort of thing, it was all about the players still had jobs and played professional cricket and that sort of thing. So with the professional era, it's not always possible. Oh, lovely fielding there. It was great fielding by Rajan Paul, who was also the centurion in the Indian A innings. And just getting back to my point, it's not always possible getting logistics going, because those players are starting to retire now. So that will be the plan going forward, with players retiring, players getting into coaching, players getting into development, wanting to give something back. So in the next 5 or 7 years, you'll see more of the ex-players actually going into these rural areas and actually giving something back as they start retiring. As the game has moved on past the 11th over, it is 43 for 1 with Vali on 19 of 36 and Herman is on 13 of 15, and the partnership moving briskly, 27 of 35.
I look forward to these years coming by with the whole restructuring of Cricket South Africa. They're really trying to do something to liven up the world of cricket. The new system, getting rid of the old franchise system with 6 teams, now professionalizing more of the teams, getting more players into the system, getting more players into the exposure, because now you can actually compare the styles of cricket. There's no semi-pro professional cricket anymore where you have to take someone from a 3-day environment and tossing them into a 4-day environment to see if they're good enough for a 5-day environment. At least now there's some sort of consistency with both Division 1 and Division 2.
And that's all that you want as a cricketer. As we see a change in bowling, it is Kumar coming in, played a couple of shots, was also the last wicket to fall today. They have got someone underneath the helmet getting the shin pads on in that very, very uncomfortable position at short leg. And it looks like it is actually the Centurion, the Rajan Paul, getting the duties for under the helmet.
He's a tiny man also, Ranjan Paul. Immediately almost called into the action, but Yasin Vali just going down the wicket, evading that short leg fielder.
And we see a different Yasin Vali in this second innings. He's been very much more proactive in this innings. He's been moving around his crease a little bit. That one moving, just dancing down the track and just dropping it down for the one. Looking to rotate the strike a lot more than he did in the first innings.
And that was our cry in the first innings. Where are the singles? Where are the ones and twos? Kumar was settling in his job very easily for his first 8 overs until Jean du Plessis came into the attack.
Lovely delivery. Fantastic ball there by Kumar. Beating Herman all ends up, and you can actually hear for the first time this morning the Indians getting very... just beating him outside the outside edge.
This one much bigger though. Taking on Kumar is Herman. Blasting it over the top, and a couple of bounces for 4.
And that is what you want, is that counter punch, is what's going to be the reply by Herman, and he has just walloped it past Kumar. A fantastic shot, and Herman has also looked a lot more aggressive than he did. He's 17 of 17. Yasin Vali is 20 of 37. Partnership moving on to 32 of 38. And umpire is just maybe checking the ball. We did have a lot of rain on the first day, on Monday. So there's still 1 or 2 puddles of water lying around. Oh, a stumping there. Herman giving it away. Kumar beat him. All ends up trying to use his feet and missing the ball completely. And that is the second wicket for the Indians. Brilliant bowling by Kumar.
He's gone. Very smart bowling, reacting to Herman dancing down the track, pushing the ball wider, missing it completely. Wonderful bowling, because you saw he adjusted fully, Kumar. Quicker pace, dancing it down a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. Had no chance, Ruben Herman, to try and bring that back. You wonder, after scoring 5 runs in the over, after pouncing Kumar over the top, if that's what you wanted him to do. However, he loses his wicket, does Herman. Gone for 17. It's 48 for 2.
Looking to be positive, which is always a good sign for a batter, but he really scored that one boundary, and I think he just might have gotten carried away a little bit there, and gave it away too early. As we see, onto the field now is the centurion of the first innings. It is Jean du Plessis, and he looked good. He looked solid throughout his innings.
He was the guy who took it on to Kumar. When Kumar was in his job, just having a good time with the South Africans, we saw beautiful feet movement from Jean du Plessis, not only dancing down the track, but moving left, right, opening the stumps, going across the off stump, really making the job difficult for Kumar. He ended up scoring that 100, his 3rd first-class century in this season. He walks in now, Jean du Plessis, brimming with confidence as well.
And he's going to face a Kumar who's beaten the outside edge, then got smacked for a lovely 4, and then took the wicket the next ball, stumping. So he's on the board. He's looking a lot better than he did in the first innings as well. A bit more probing, a bit more dangerous. And South Africans, the deficit is still 50. Score is 48 for 2. Second wicket down. Yasin Vali still there. And du Plessis joining him. Kumar going through and around to the right-hander. 2 slips and a deep backward point in place. Oh, and that short leg coming into play immediately.
Well, isn't this what they wanted, getting a wicket right before lunch? Lunch is 20 minutes away now. Jean du Plessis is under pressure, and seems like the Indians want more of those.
And Herman was a crucial wicket. Although he was the one who a little bit threw away his 100 there on 95 in the first innings, he looked great. He was an aggressor. He took on the bowlers with du Plessis. So Yasin Vali might just be the voice of reason here between these two batters, just saying, let's just calm down a little bit. Let's make sure, remember, there is still 2 sessions after lunch. tongue twisting there on the sessions.
Luckily enough, though, what's not twist and turning here is the fact that South Africa have lost that wicket. He lost it. Looking to go down the track was Ruben Herman. Kumar strikes. 12 gone. 48 for 2. And remember, we are currently in the 4th round of the CSA 4-day series. That is the domestic 4-day first class challenge, which you can also watch on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. Many of you are asking where are the players that we already know that are normally in SAA squads. Well, they are playing for their teams. The Titans in Centurion playing the Warriors.
And is that very delicate time of the cup as well, where you are trying to place yourself first, second, third on the log, and not everyone releasing their players for this SAA games because of that sensitive situation that everyone's in. The points are so close to one another. You don't want to give anything away, but we are blessed with so much cricket. We've got the 4-day, we've got the domestic series, we've got the African Cup going on as well in South Africa. So we are so blessed with this beautiful game of cricket. Kumar into Vali, and Vali is, it's again noticing, even though that was just dropped down, his footwork is a little bit more proactive. He's just standing there, just not trying to get into line or leaving it. He's actually coming across a bit more than he did the first innings.
It's much more exciting to see as well. But also, the circumstances are a little bit different from what it was in the first match. You know, you're trying the first innings, first day, it's been a rainy whole day one. Day two, still a little bit of cloud cover lurking around. And the truth is, the ball was whooping around in the first morning of day two in the first innings for South Africa. So it was a lot to deal with. And now, yes, they are having a deficit, but also you're looking at the situation of the match. This is the last day. There's still 2 innings to bat. So maybe playing with a lot more freedom is what will be inclined. You're understanding the conditions a little bit better. It's easier to bat as well. So it's a whole situation for Yasin Vali here.
Thakur Bow dropping it short, and Vali just saying thank you very much. Just checking the pitch there. Lovely fall.
Look at that shot. Beautiful stuff from Vali. Not the greatest of delivery from Shardul Thakur, but also in the first innings, he wasn't even getting good connection of those. He will hit those down onto the ground and they'll stop in the second pitch from where we're playing. But today, right on top of it, he's been even playing those ones down to the third man as he gets on top of the ball. So he finally found something here, the man who plays for the team in Pietermaritzburg.
Is looking very good at the moment. Vali is looking solid. He has not looked bothered like he did in the first innings, stabbing at 1 or 2. He's looking the part in this innings. And also mentioning that he's been around for quite a while, as Yasin Vali is the senior statesman in this team, just settling everyone down and just having a chat to the younger players as well, the guys who's trying to make their name into South African cricket, like Herman, like Du Plessis. And what an honor it is for them just to have a guy like Yasin Vali on the other side, and also playing a couple of shots, just not getting bobbed down, and you becoming the senior in that role. This innings he's taken up that role, as we see a change of direction as Thakur is coming over the wicket to the left-hander Vali.
Interesting option here from Thakur. Well, it ends the over though. 52 gone. The deficit now is below 50 for the South Africans. It's 46 with 15 minutes until the lunch break.
And everyone is looking forward to the lunch break. We've been treated to some lovely lunch here at JB Marks Oval. And thank you to everyone involved there. The catering staff has been fantastic. We appreciate it. We've been hosted well. It's been a pleasure being in Potch. Me growing up just down the road in the wall. We've been here a couple of times as youngsters, with it being very much a student environment. So thank you very much to everyone, and our production team has done a fantastic job as well, bringing you this game on the CSA YouTube channel. As Kumar continues to Duplessis, who took a liking to him in the first innings. A much different feel to him now than they did in the first innings. Still coming through and around to him. 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover. Benchmark of the first innings for the SAA team. The running between the wickets, especially from Duplessis and Herman. That first innings was brilliant. Yasin Bali equal to the challenge.
Joining the party, senior statesman, still have to keep on running. It's his 10th first-class season, is Yasin Bali. Very much experienced.
Very animated appeal there to the umpire there. Kumar was convinced, like any bowler is, as soon as the pad gets hit. This one looked like it might have just hit him outside the line. Yes, definitely just hitting him outside the line of the stumps. Going for the sweep was Yasin Bali, as there's a big piece of grass there over mid-wicket.
Another batter would have toyed with the idea of playing a reverse sweep as well, because there's no one in the third man boundary. There's just that man lurking at at backward point rather. And the interesting thing is that when Jean Duplessis was facing, there was absolutely no one behind square. At least for Valley, we do have that fine leg fielder.
It's possibly just with the situation with the left armer turning it into the left-hander. Just makes it a little bit easier to play with the spin, get over the ball in it. With the ball turning away, it makes things a lot more difficult to sweep behind square, especially if your bowler has control. You might have 1 or 2 where the guy goes down leg and you get swept there. As we see Yasin Bali just paddling one around the corner. A very interesting throw there by the fielder there, by Krishna. Maybe just shaving the shoulder a little bit, flicking it from underneath. And Bali just picking up the single.
It was an easy looking stroke that from Yasin Bali. Seems as if he premeditated where the ball is going to go, but not with the shot. Playing the ball on its merit.
Oh, that's very close. Very, very close. Again, Kumar gets nothing from the umpire. Just asking an explanation why. Got to feel that it might have been a little bit too noisy there.
Looked very close, but it seemed like it was dragged down the leg side as well. Not enough turn for Kumar, but at least he getting 2 shouts in that over. Getting a little bit of a psychological edge as we edge on to 10 minutes until the lunch interval. The South Africans are behind by 44 runs. Valley really holding it strong. Thakur will be looking to get his wicket as well.
South Africa 54 for the loss of 2. Run rate much better than we saw in the first innings as well. They're going at 3.9. It's one thing that I think they took from the touring team. Thakur to Valley there, dropping it short and taking a very lovely and quick single just to keep the scoreboard ticking. And as I said, that might have been something they took from the touring team and saying, listen, we can't get bogged down batting at 2.5 and over. Let's pick up the scoring a little bit. Positive cricket normally brings positive results.
Took a long time for them to get kicking in that first innings as well, because for a very long time they were just under 2 runs to the over until we saw the arrival of Jean Duplessis onto the crease. And it's always nice to see the team looking to take it on, because you want to destabilize your bowler. You don't want the bowler to keep on bowling at you for the whole day. And also, let's provide some cool entertainment for us here and for anyone else who's watching the game.
Especially on your last day when there's not really much to play for. You want to keep it exciting. Thakur bowling a better line at Duplessis than he did in the first innings as well. But yeah, keeping it exciting, keeping it interesting. Still a deficit of 43. The Indian team might feel that, listen, 3 or 4 wickets in with the deficit still on the board. we might have a shout of actually producing something here, and the South Africans playing positive cricket, keeping rotating the strike, chipping away at that deficit, will just take that out of their minds a little bit. Oh, fantastic delivery. That ball just getting that little bit of extra bounce on that 7 meter again, and just hitting Du Plessis.
The wonders of a skilled bowler with good wrists, and the line that you're talking about here, changing it up, hitting that off stump, and the angle that he's delivering that ball at is actually really good, because it's making you think that it's coming for the stumps when it's actually not. So good adjustment here from Thakur.
Oh, and that's what I like to see. A fantastic delivery, but also Du Plessis just giving a step down the track, just trying to upset the line a little bit, and Thakur had different ideas. Lovely wristy delivery there.
Wonderful leave. Very good leave. Especially if you're looking to take the ball on. Du Plessis doesn't mind playing his shots like we've seen in the first innings. But this time just keeping his wits about him. Actually jagged up from a very back of a length, and it's spurted on to the batter.
It is that 7 meter mark we've discussed the whole game. As soon as you go to that about 7 meters from the stumps, it just has that extra bit of venom in the pitch, just has that little bit of extra. We saw it throughout both innings. That 7 meter mark just has that, just almost like a snake bite. Just gets it away. And 55 for a loss of 2, deficit still at 43. Thakur getting into his work, looking a lot better than he did in the first innings.
His rhythm is flowing so beautifully. Look at that. The way he's gathering, the way he's releasing it, it just looks like he's on the money here today as Thakur. Yet to get a wicket though. End of 15. South Africa trail by 43.
It's 55 for a loss of 2, and Thakur starting to look like the bowler we knew before they came on tour. The first innings, he has been in the Indian setup before, in the mainstream setup. He has been someone that's been around for a very long time. We mentioned in his batting that he, although he bats low down, he's batted 104 times before. So that is something to take into consideration as well. Played for a long time. But Kumar to Vali, a little bit of interesting contest coming on, yeah?
Really starting out with a good interest. 2 appeals in the previous over from Kumar against Yasin Vali. Well, one against Yasin Vali and one against Jean Du Plessis, rather.
Vali looking to sweep him with that appeal, trying to hit that cow corner. Bit of a slog sweep, and he couldn't connect. And then paddled him around the corner, and then Du Plessis also got one that jerked back a little bit. Another paddle shot. That's exactly the same shot we saw there, and exactly the same fielder as Krishna. A more conventional throw into the keeper, maybe just getting it bouncing a little bit, trying to soften up the ball a little bit. Vali looking a lot better. He's 27 of 51. He just looks like he's ready for lunch. 6 minutes to go.
Seems like he's enjoying his work, is Yasin Vali.
Oh, very dangerous to go back to your spinner. Du Plessis handled that very well.
Especially with the lengths that Kumar has been operating with. He's been full, consistently full, throughout the course of the day.
There we go. Top shot straight over the bowler's head. Rocking out, slapping it for a 4.
Sometimes you do become a little bit too full. Get a little bit too greedy, which was the case here. But this is what Jean Du Plessis was doing so well yesterday. It's not really the most conventional of shots. He opens himself wide and cracks that over the top. That's what he used to destabilize Kumar's lines and lengths. He has one more ball remaining though, does the 30-year-old spinner.
It is Kumar continuing into Du Plessis. It'll be interesting to see what Kumar does here. Previously he's been known to go a bit of flatter, fuller. As he does there, not tossing it up as much, just angling it into the right-hander and then trying to take it away, bringing it into those 2 slips. It is 60 for the loss of 2 after 16 overs. Yasin Vali, 27 of 51, and Du Plessis, 5 of 12. Partnership into the double figures. It is 12 of 26. Deficit still 38.
Deficit going down piece by piece. South Africa being put to 98 runs under that they needed to start chasing here. Batting at a rather decent rate as well. What they want to do here, Valley and du Plessis, is to bat long, bat for as long as they possibly can, and see if they can bat big until the eventual draw where this game seems to be headed.
Here we go, Yasin Valley just walking across to off stump there, and Shardul Thakur just asking the batter to get into position a little bit quicker. I think that would be the conversation that most of the South African A fielders had yesterday as well. Maybe just get going a little bit earlier.
Ranjan Paul did take his liberties, didn't he? Changing a couple of batters, a couple of gloves.
Oh, edge found and dropped, and Thakur would be furious with his slip fielder there, and it looks like overthrows as well. It's going to be more runs added. Don't think it's going to reach the boundary though, as Krishna has a huge chase, but they run 4 already, and Thakur would be fuming.
What a tragedy. Wonderful bowling, the consistency that we've been seeing. Finally, Yasin Valley is given trouble on that off stump. Even walking across wasn't enough, and it feels as if the field at slip just wanted to be a more spectacular than what was required. He's been put down. Yasin Valley lives to see yet another delivery.
Oh, great ball, great battle. They want that wicket before the lunch interval that is imminent. It is about 2 minutes away.
So this would have been, that wicket would have been the wicket that takes us to lunch.
And it was Safras Khan who's going to owe Thakur a nice cold one. That was the one they wanted. And it's also the batter that's proved the most difficult to get rid of. Although he didn't score much runs in the first innings, he stuck around.
That's what he does, Yasin Valley. Anchors it at the top. Really, really loves his wicket. Even taking a look here at the South Africans' first-class record in terms of not outs in their innings. He's batted 111 times now. In those 111 times that he's batted, he's lost his wicket 12 times. He's carried his bat 12 times. Not outs 12 times. The man with the most not outs for South Africa is Manikam, who's batted 47 times and kept his wicket 13 times, but he's a much lower order batter than Yasin Valley. So for Yasin Valley to be the next man with the most not outs at 12, having batted 2 times as more than the man with the most, just shows how hard it is to get him out.
Short runner trying to force the pace with the batter. They want to get an extra over in here. The Indian touring team, they tried, but to no avail. It is 12 o'clock. I think the bells will be taken off. They've taken us through to lunch. South Africa 65 for the loss of 2 wickets. It is 32 for Yasin Valley. The deficit is still 33, but we are definitely going to have a bite of lunch there, Pindula.
A bite of lunch, like we saw a bunch of wickets as well. Like yesterday, we saw 7 wickets fall in the first session. Same thing here today. 5 wickets for the Indians, 2 for the South Africans. Destructive forces the first session of the day in any of these days of the first test match. We are seeing a deficit of 33. How will the game continue on? Yasin Valley was dropped in that over by Thakur. Will he continue piling on the runs and make that a costly drop? See you in 40 minutes as we will have all of these answers in the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval. It is the second session of the day. It is Vali on 32. He's facing up to Kumar, and the deficit is still 33. I'm joined by Pendulo. Welcome. Mokobani, Pendulo Mokobani. How are you doing after lunch?
Letting the food digest. It was a heavy meal. Not even gonna lie to you.
Lovely meal, thanks to the staff here at JB Marks. Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval.
Well,
There's a bit of an echo somewhere. So 32 for Vali of 57 balls. It is Duplessis on 5 of 13. And we feel that the players might also be just digesting lunch, just getting into their work, and that leg slip placed there exactly for that. The ball just passing Yasin Vali and the keeper there. No signal from the umpire. He shows buys. There he does. Missing everything there.
starting it a little bit too straight than what he wanted there, Kuma. We're looking to push that a little bit wider. Look to pitch it outside of that off stump because the ball is turning towards Yasin Vali anyway.
It's where that leg slip and that silly leg is coming in. We were calling for a reverse sweep coming out. And funnily enough, that's only the third reverse sweep we've seen in the match. We saw Duplessis play one that he got over the slip cordon. We saw Thakur playing a lovely one that he actually middled. And that was only the third reverse sweep.
And there were some opportunities you see in the first innings or just before the session break. Yasin Vali was playing that paddle shot behind himself to that fine leg area. That's where they've put in that leg slip now to prevent that shot. That's why he's coming into the reverse sweep.
Another reverse sweep effort there and a big appeal. And Kumar has been appealing frantically for the 3 or 4 appeals that he's had. He is definitely looking for that LBW shout. Sending the ball into Yasin Vali. Squirting on the outside half of the bat. They might be looking to triple up here. Chance of a 3.
They definitely do. There's a big open space on that leg side, which is why Yasin Vali continuously searches for that reverse sweep. It ends over number 18, 70 for the loss of 2 for the South Africans.
And deficits coming down very sharply. It's 28 only needed to wipe out the deficit and maybe put on a lead. SAA in the first innings scoring 319, and India in reply was 417 with a lead of 98. South Africans 70 for the loss of 2 after 18 overs, and a much better run rate than we saw in the first innings. We did emphasize this a bit earlier in the broadcast as well. It's a 3.9, edging on to that 4. As Shardul Thakur is just warming up after lunch.
Thakur bowled incredibly well just before the lunch. Hasn't gotten the purchase, the wicket that he's been searching for, but he has been threatening, got dropped. Yasin Vali going for a defensive stroke. Safraz Khan putting it down at first slip. And he was doing just that. Yasin Vali, so many problems that Thakur has been giving him across the over the wicket angle. He has to come across his stumps onto the off stump to try and play some of these deliveries, and that's how he got himself into trouble. He walked across one which he could have let go, and then he saw that the line was playable and very healthy edge as well. It's just very unfortunate that it didn't go to hand.
Yeah, Safraz Khan was the culprit there on first slip. Going to his right hand, dropping it off Thakur. That was in the over just before lunch. That was the second ball of that over. They could have gone into lunch with another wicket down, but South Africans survived.
That means, Gert, I would have had an extra minute to digest my food.
An extra minute, yes.
But it's not the case here. We still get more cricket. There's still a lot of game, a lot of time for us here today in cricket. Have this whole session which will finish at 20 minutes to 2 o'clock, 2 hours from now. Then we have that last session which will last for 2.5 hours. So still nearly 5 hours of cricket, theoretically speaking.
Oh, that one just jerking back to Duplessis after Thakur has been taking a few away. That one just maybe has kept low a little bit more as well. We saw on that 7 meter mark, it has popped up a little bit. That one just maybe indication from Du Plessis is just staying a little low, and it also jerked back at him.
There's just something that happens in that good area coming down the varsity end. Just a little jag, a little extra bounce.
A lovely single taken chance. Oh, very, very nearly. A direct hit would have been very interesting. Umpire right there to make a call. But we haven't seen, we saw one direct hit in the South African innings, but the batter was in about 2 meters. And that's the only ball that's actually hit the stumps from the fielders. Although it's been sharp on the ground, the throwing not accurate.
But even on top of that, it's credit to the running. Credit to the running because they are across the pitch before anyone can come and back up the stumps. We haven't seen a single run out in the game, despite us having seen those 22 wickets. And it's not that the teams haven't been running between the wickets. It's not as if they haven't been risking those singles. Yesterday, Ranjan Paul was magnificent in picking up gaps in front of a fielder, taking a fielder on for those ones and twos with his magnificent partnership with both Safraz Khan and with Shardul Thakur. So the running has been exemplary throughout this test match.
And I want to emphasize, especially from the Indian touring team, that Indian A team from the beginning were almost setting up for a run every ball. They were looking for the run every ball, which was a bit of in contrast with the start that SAA had. But this morning, the running has been a lot better, and it just shows you as the game goes on, you learn from your opponents, you learn from your mistakes, you know where to do better. Run rate still around about up to 4, where the Indian batters at one stage was settling nicely into a 6-7 per over at one stage.
It was a scary situation there for the South Africans because it looks like the Indians just were playing on a different surface, really making the South Africans' lines go wayward. But they were able to bring it back together despite those 2 major partnerships. And now South Africa will be looking to grow another one here. 24 runs between Vali and Du Plessis. 26 is the deficit after 19 overs.
Du Plessis facing up to Kumar, turning the ball away from the right-hander. Oh, just slapping it for the 1.
Just getting 2 fielders in the protection. That deep cover sweeper. And the man who was standing at deep fine leg as well. But we've been seeing that the fine leg has been rather square throughout the entirety of the match. The only time where we see the fine leg go really fine is when they employ that deep backward square when they're looking to defend their runs.
Oh, sweep shot. Yasin Vali picking the gap to perfection. Misdirected by Kumar. 4 runs.
That is a gorgeous shot from Yasin Vali. There's protection. There's 2 fielders that you have to beat behind square on the leg side, and he does it splendidly. The risk of even top edging one of these deliveries, but the thing is, the pitch has become much quicker. It's much more truer. So it's a good shot, that from Vali.
And also the outfield is become lightning. It almost feels like once you've passed the fielders, it's inevitably going to end up on the fence. It has been a fantastic game thus far. The competition has been good. Yasin Vali on 40. Oh, lovely cricket, pushing that one into the gap. Might even look for a 3rd. Good call.
Very good call. See, this is the importance where when you run, you put your head down, but it's important that when you are about to dab your bat to turn around, always dab your bat in and look in the direction to where the ball is, so you can make that instant judgment on whether the run is on or not. You want to watch that ball for a split second to see that it's where you can take a run and make a judgmental, strong call.
This time just a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Yasin Vali just jumping a little bit at that one, not be able to get into position as quickly as he would have liked. Oh, going for the sweep again, hitting him away outside the line of the stumps.
That's what's helping him here, Yasin Valley. We've seen a couple of these appeals from the Indians against him. It's the fact that he's walking across. Look at how far away from the stumps he is, despite the ball turning back towards him.
And with that last shot that he played, you can just see the sweeper is on the fence. They have the deep fine leg out as well as we come to the end of the over. After 20 overs, it is 79 for the loss of 2. Yasin Valley is on 42 of 70. Du Plessis is 7 of 17. The partnership, a brilliant partnership so far, has been a 31 of 50. And I'm joined back by our partner in crime, David. Welcome back.
Yeah, good lunch and good rest after lunch. Just a brief respite for myself after lunch and a short shift from yourself and Mpendulo. Don't forget, you are the third part of our commentary team when you join us in the comments of the YouTube channel. There was way over 100,000 of you yesterday. It's a lovely punch, but he's not going to get anything for it, and that's crucial for this post-lunch session from Takur's bowling. He won't mind if Jean du Plessis is playing at those deliveries.
And the positivity that these two batters have shown is also the important thing, because they're not getting bobbed down. Deficit has gone down to under 20 now, it's 19. So that would be the first trick for them, is just get the deficit off, get the deficit out the way, and then we can start setting up a total.
It's an important bit of context to note as well, that with the game being really evenly poised, it would have been brilliant if this were day 3 out of 4, but because of the first day washout, it means that the prospect of a draw is nearing and drawing closer at a rapid pace. And so at what point do you think the South Africans and the Indian A team might shake hands? No run immediately called, but that's the important thing to consider, is we might yet find ourselves in that post-tea session where if South Africa A still have maybe 5 or so wickets in hand, and then India feel as though they're not able to give themselves enough time to chase whatever the South Africans have said, then they might find that the draw is imminent.
And also there's a scenario of these players still want to show what they're worth. Don't want to waste an opportunity to bat, maybe not waste an opportunity to bowl. And especially for the Indian players, you got to feel that they are thinking 3 quick wickets here, especially what happened to the lower order of South Africa yesterday morning. That might just be the key for them. Have 3 quick wickets here, and then they can in with a shot, because if we are tea time and SAA is only 50 ahead, with the way that Padikal started yesterday, that might be danger signs.
They might send him in with Paul to get going. Shift the batting order. And at the end of the day, it's the result that the fans would want, but it's the value of time in the middle for the South African air batters that will drive their consciences.
Especially a player like Yasin Valley, who's actually spending some time out there now. He's faced 70 deliveries. Strike rate looking a lot better than he did yesterday. He's on 42. And again, after a wicket, partnerships just easy to come by.
It's been crucial for the South Africans just to apply themselves, just to hone in on working together, and as we've mentioned time and time again, is batting for the team. It's the end of the 21st. It's 79 for 2. I just want to highlight here Yasin Valley. He's somebody who perhaps sometimes comes under criticism for the slow pace at which he bats. We saw in the first innings he really did plug away and not actually doing much with the start that he was afforded, and that's something that he's done well here. He's gotten a start, and he's got to now kick on, do something with it. Hard sweep again. He's favoured that sweep, and I don't mind that all that much. With subcontinental bowlers, they'll like the idea that he will sweep, and will feel that there's something on for them as well. But it's something that I think was a little bit lacking from the South Africans in the first innings.
I think it's more to do about the intent of wanting to play that ball, and the intent to sweep it. He did play 2 paddles just to get off strike as well, but other than that, the intent has been to sweep and sweep firmly. They do have the 2 players out there. They got the sweeper out. They also got the squarish fine leg out as well.
Loud shout that could so nearly have bobbled out to the man under the helmet.
And also with Vali getting across the stumps, he's getting outside or inside that line to sweep the ball, and he's been getting away with the LBW shouts.
Change of approach there. He heard that he was a candidate for the leg before dismissal and decided, well, bat and pad will go as one. Reminds me of almost a Misbah Haq shot where he tried to sweep and then open the blade. That's a lovely paddle sweep, just placed so perfectly.
Well played. It's the 3rd time he's played that, and the 3rd time it's come off. And he actually is timing that paddle sweep very nicely.
That's the key to it. There is no 45. He's fully aware of it. Only a deep backward square, and the same for Jean du Plessis. Maybe a deep backward square, squarish, fine leg, very square. And he knows that he can pick up at least 1 there. Moves on to 43. It's a lovely stroke. On the back foot, punches it away. Some batters sometimes are hesitant to play spinners off the back foot. Jean du Plessis seems comfortable. He retains the strike, 22 gone, 81 for 2.
He did misread 1 or 2 in the beginning of his innings, going back to very full deliveries. And it's only once you can trust the bounce of the deck that you can actually say, all right, listen, I can play off the back foot, because it is true. But once you got that 1 or 2, that's 1 or 2 lowies that comes through, that's hitting you round about the ankles, then playing back isn't always a great idea. But as we saw, this deck has gotten truer and truer as the time has gone on, being under covers for that whole of first day. Moisture in the deck, and still giving something for the bowlers. That 7-meter mark is still causing a bit of problems.
Far more consistent bounce means that they can trust the deliveries on length. Like the intent there, excuse me, I like the intent there of Jean du Plessis. Coming forward, really trying to take on the bowlers here.
That was a benchmark of his first innings as well, where he scored the ton. He was very proactive. He doesn't get bobbed down in one line. He moves across. He comes out of his crease. He's got that little shuffle that he walks into the ball almost. And it's just to upset the line as well, and also get closer to the pitch of the ball, and just helps you angle with angles and that sort of thing, picking the gaps and picking grass instead of fielders.
Bit of assistance there. That one goes very fine. Maybe getting either the gloves or maybe the bottom of the handle there on that stroke.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he got inside that ball a little bit too much instead of hitting through with, because there's no one patrolling the boundary at deep square or even deep mid wicket. So that would have been easy pickings. If that was into that gap, would have been gone. Maybe the ball just rushing him a little bit as well, got onto him a bit more than he expected.
The sounds of December music playing out in the distance. Students enjoying their time, and somebody who is also enjoying his time here is Shadul Thakur, not afraid to bring out the bouncer.
Will not be happy with his other senior partner in the team, Safraz Khan, dropping that catch on first slip.
And dropped opportunities, always a frustration we saw how many of them with Evan Jones. Eventually, even the captain dropping Evan Jones, but eventually Yassine Vali himself took a great catch. It's all good and well putting your fielders in the right place and bowling the right ball, but you still have to rely then on your teammates to do the job.
Hope they brought the baskets along.
Absolutely. So, third man in place. Square leg, deep mid wicket, fine leg. Mid wicket in place. Mid on, a point and a mid off. So, my suspicion is that Thakur, having pushed his mid off very wide, almost into an extra cover position, that there's going to be a bit of short pitch bowling here to Yassine Vali.
Without
Taking
a
an
doubt,
eternity, yeah.
Without a doubt, definitely not going to pitch it up in that driver ball situation. He literally has got no mid in place, not a mid on, not a mid off, going very square. So this will be 7-8 meters. It will be up to the chest.
And that's exactly what we get. Yassine Vali is not the type of person who is going to chase after a delivery like that.
As we saw in the first innings as well, he's not a happy hooker. He'll play the shot if it's there, but as soon as he gets up to that chest throat height, he's happy just to bend the knees and get under it.
He's not going to be lured in, not sequestered in the way that Thakur will want, but it's that fuller delivery that may get Vali on stuck on his back foot, and that's exactly what we could have seen there. Bit of a half shot there from Thakur.
That was a lovely delivery. That one just going across Vali a little bit, keeping over the wicket to him, and that would tuck him up. Once he's trying to play that pull as well, it might just get the top edge. He did play a lovely pull shot earlier in his innings as well for a 4, so that might just be in his mind as well. There's still a big gap between that fine leg and that deep square.
I don't think Thakur is going to offer anything on the front foot for Vali to drive, but it will present that opportunity to get to the other end. Just jumps up and gets behind that one. He'll retain the strike once again. 23 gone, 83 for 2.
He's moved on to 44 of 79 and well supported by du Plessis, 9 of 26. This partnership, 35 of 68. It's got a decent time as well. And Thakur has picked up the no wickets this morning, but he's bowled a lot better than he did in the first innings. He's 7 overs, only going for 15 runs. And then Kumar being the only one who picked up a wicket, one of the 2 wickets this morning. He got Herman stumped after beating the outside edge. Then Herman decided he's going to fumble him straight over his head and then running past one and getting stumped.
Surprisingly, there hasn't yet been a shot in anger since the lunch interval from either of these 2 players. And why I say that is, even with that last delivery, it doesn't feel like Yassine Vali is looking to slog. He's not looking to go after the bowlers, and neither is Jean du Plessis.
Yeah, they're not looking to clear the fence. They kind of just want to hit it into the gap. Oh,
that was on a knife edge. It was the intention to get down to sweep, try to play a misbowl hawk shot, trying to play it through that point or behind point region, and then it's inside edged after the quicker delivery.
Now that one just rushed him a little bit, and the good old-fashioned Chinese cut coming out.
Deficit now down to 14. Far less aggressive from Jean du Plessis in this stint. 9 from 27, so he's willing to just hold back and play within himself a little bit, noting time.
Oh, good call there. Just saw that the bowler didn't get too much hand on that one, and the ball just went squirting away a little bit. and he's looked very comfortable on the back foot.
After those early scares that you mentioned, he's not afraid to trust the bounce, and it could present a risk if there's a cross seam delivery offered up here by Kumar. Although Valley's playing a conventional approach to it, there's nothing conventional about this game. It's 24 gone, it's 85 for 2.
And the partnership has moved on to 37, and big contradiction in partnerships as well that we saw. Du Plessis being the aggressor in his other partnerships, him and Herman took it to them, and after that it was all Du Plessis. And Yassin Vali was very happy to be the backseat driver between this partnership between Herman and himself in the first innings. This time round, taking up the senior mantle, 45 of 83. Deficit still that lucky number 13. 13 runs to go. And we see a change in bowling as Kavarappa comes into the attack.
He had a good start on day 2, but hasn't yet perhaps found his full rhythm. He struggled as well with a hamstring twinge, and as the great Richie Beno once said about Glenn McGrath, he twinged and then he untwinged. Helped on its way, very fine. There's a man down there, but he's not going to get to it, and that'll be 4 runs.
And Kavarappa will definitely give you that little bit of extra bounce. And what a great shot by Du Plessis. It was already on the way up. He's just helping him in the way up, getting inside the line of that ball and just tapping it on the way up already. Lovely shot.
Continuing the momentum with that type of stroke, and it's good that he's, as you said, he's got in the line of the ball. Sometimes youngsters, they try and dominate and head it on the front foot. Sometimes it's important just to move along with what is necessary. What a masterful stroke. Just whips this away off his pads. There's a chase in vain and another boundary. So back-to-back for Jean Du Plessis, and not really the aggressor yet, but things have thus changed.
And Kavarappa, also a double up for him. And first 2 balls he's delivered 2 4s. He'll definitely have his captain will have a chat with him, and nice to see Thakur standing next to him and say, hold on, it's 2 4s, don't stress. There's still a bit of bowling to do. Deficit has gone down to 5, and Du Plessis has shot up to 18 now with those 2 boundaries.
It's a wonderful shot, wonderful shot. It spat up out the wicket like a snake, a venomous snake that just bites at you.
And I think that was all to do with those 2 boundaries. I think there was a little bit of an extra in that from Kavarappa. No fast bowler likes to be pulled or driven. But it just shows you the touch that Du Plessis is in. That he just leant on that shot and it just flew past those 2 fielders, which there's not a big gap between the short mid-wicket and the mid-on.
No run is the call from Du Plessis. He's been very good with his calling as well. Good for youngsters to also note that. Anybody who may be watching, and maybe coaches that are eyeing up this game and maybe watching their boys, so to speak, who they may have coached many years ago. But it's something to always be mindful of and cognizant of, is good loud calling. Such a good basic to have. Again, no is the loud call, audible all the way up here from the commentary box.
And also audible was the sound of the bat. You can actually hear Kavarappa hitting the bat harder and harder and harder with every single delivery. And that's what you want as a captain. If you're going to throw the ball to your fast bowler, although he went for runs, say, come back for us then.
What do you need to do to just shut that down? Outside edge, pushed hard at it. The outside half of the bat being the victim there. They think, but for a moment, about 3, they settle on 2. It's 25 gone. It's 95 for 2.
It was a good chase there. I also felt they might have turned for the third, one for the throw, but they just realized that one run isn't going to be the chance. They're not going to lose a wicket for one run. And the deficit has gone down to 3 as well.
Just 3 away from taking the lead in this game. And again, as we mentioned, the context of what the decisions will be about, where South Africa A are at T, how many wickets have fallen, what is their lead. So it's just those things to keep in the back of your mind. And somebody who's always been cognizant and a thinking cricketer is Yasin Vali. He's on 45 from 83. We might yet have another 2-3 overs before he gets the milestone. And for the Indian A team, they'll want to have a new man at the crease very shortly.
And Kumar, 1 for 26, starting his 8th. And the partnership also 3 away from that 50. And it's noticeable the field, they are really trying to box in Yasin Vali there. They got the short leg, they got the leg slip, they've got the conventional slip, they've got a straightish short mid-wicket, moving back to mid-wicket now, also almost in a catching position.
The reverse sweep coming away, nearly beat the man at backward point. Good work to get around there and stop that one.
And the Indian team won't mind that. It is almost a high-risk shot for 1, especially with that little bit of extra bounce that Kumar has extracted there. See Yasin Vali just struggling to get over the ball to hit it into the ground. 2 to go to clear up the deficit.
2 away from that 50 partnership. Again, that back foot stroke by Jean du Plessis.
Very comfortable to rock back. And it just shows you the true nature of the pitch thus far. Today has been very, very good.
Again, plays it to the left foot of the short leg, and they'll get 2 comfortably in the end.
And it's also the deficit wiped out. And then also the 50 partnership coming up between these two. It is 50 of 84 balls between Jean du Plessis, who's contributed 22, and Yasin Vali, who's on 46. 28 contributed by him.
And South Africa take the lead. So with that 1 run, it means that now India will hone in and zone in on that little number in the bottom right hand corner of the scorecard to the left of your image, or perhaps the one on the right. Just the view from our side is that scorecard on the opposite side of the ground, and Bharat will be thinking, well, where will we be happy to shake hands? Where will we be happy to pursue a win?
Yeah, that conversation has changed now a little bit because they wanted a few more wickets, maybe 2 or 3 before the deficit was wiped out. And they nearly had it with Thakur bowling at Vali with that drop catch in the first slip. So now the conversation would have changed from how many wickets we want before the deficit is wiped out to what are we happy chasing maybe in the last session.
It's going to take a lot. There's still 8 wickets remaining as South Africa bring up their 100th run at the end of 26, so 100 for 2. And you've asked an important question as to what time frame and what number on the board will they feel confident enough chasing.
Because we saw Padikkal and Sudarshan, the openers for the for the Indian A's, really took on the SAA bowlers. They went on, and even Rajan Paul was batting at a 70 strike rate throughout his innings as well. So they're not scared to play their shots. We might see a shift maybe with the Safras Khan coming in to be a bit more aggressive.
Oh, nearly lured in there. Yasin Vali on 47, and still you've had to really apply yourself for your runs.
And just coming back to those openers who really took us, because they were batting at 8, 9s and 10s in the beginning. So it's going to be the question. I think it will be all about how many overs are left in the day. When do they get back onto the park?
It's a good stroke. He immediately set off. No real danger there. And everybody's home safely in the end.
With the fielders being very square. That was as soon as it passed the bowler, he knew he was on for the run there. Fantastic running, 2 away from that 50.
Just noting the field, you can see those 2 slips on your screen. There's no real catching selections in their field. They've gone with a fine leg and a deep square leg and a sweeper, very square on the offside. In a 3/4 type position, the 2 slips now becoming a slip and a gully. You can see on your screen. Wonderful work by the production team here. That was a tight one to leave outside the off stump.
That's what we were talking about, trusting the bounce of the deck. Cover-upper is a very tall, lanky bowler, so he might extract a little bit more bounce than the others. So that was, I think, left on length more than line, but it is a very tight one to leave. That's something we didn't see a lot of in the Indian A innings. They were very happy to get behind it, play a shot, try and work it through those wrists into gaps.
Change now with fine leg going to what looks like a very wide third man. So will there be a short ball here? I wonder, because all he has to do here is just tuck it off the hip. So maybe a fuller delivery, or maybe really short. And he knows that he can jump onto the leg side and cover up his own fielding there. Does cover upper. He has to do it because the only man out there is mid-on and a deep square leg. So 7-2 field here for du Plessis.
And also noting that du Plessis has been walking across to that off stump a little bit. He did it in the first innings. He's still doing it. Yasin Vali is doing it. So he's got to be very careful not to attack the stumps too much, because a little feather off a bat is going to be runs.
And he does exactly that, and well, job done, because the man at mid-on is the man that is tasked with patrolling what seems like the Karoo in terms of landmass. That man on your screen, just the Lone Ranger out there, Prasid Krishna. For those who are not sure, the Karoo in South Africa is a vast open expanse, almost like the Australian outback. There's not much in terms of population. And it runs down to the deep square. And Jean du Plessis has found the only 2 fielders on the leg side in successive balls. It's the end of 27, a change of gloves for du Plessis and maybe some inners as well. It's 102 for 2.
Yasin Vali still 2 away from that 50 mark, and du Plessis getting into his work as well. Partnership 54, and the run rate still 3.8, which I'm very happy with, because that is a healthier run rate. It is just getting the game going a little bit more, but more importantly, the lead is 1 boundary. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, the right idea. The right idea, and the key now for this next hour of play will be that of the decision making for Bharat here, because with 200s in this game and a couple of 50s as well, a fifer from the first innings for Krishna means that this game is evenly paced. It's not been a one-sided contest for the batters or for the bowlers. You know, we mentioned somebody batting well like Jean du Plessis in the first innings, and then Paul for India A, and then guys like Evan Jones pick up 4, Krishna with 5, it's a true 4-day.
Jones had different ideas, as you mentioned, picking up the first 2 wickets of the day, and then Plaiki coming in as well and picking up 2. So every time that, if you go back to the first innings of SA as well, looking to bat deep, we were discussing are they going to bat till lunch or tea and get rocked within the first hour. Those 5 wickets that Krishna took. So there's been passages where the batters have dominated, where the bowlers have all of a sudden come in, and the morning sessions were the ones that was very telling in all 3 days.
Absolutely, and what you do with that start or what you do with that momentum is crucial. South Africa A here making the most of it. Yasin Vali immediately knew he wanted a single. 1 away now, and the partnership 56. Jean du Plessis, he just enjoys showing off his skill off the back foot to those spinners. He's done it so many times, and it's always enjoyable when you see a player show off a skill like that, but even more so when you note that he is a Division 2 player, 2nd division, so not playing with the proverbial big boys in Division 1, but by no means out of his element here.
Oh, that was a dangerous length that I was talking about, going off the back foot, and there's that little bit of show pony that you were talking about, showing off there. Might have been better off just to try and pop it straight past the bowler for a single. And they see that he loves playing off the back foot. Bit of frustration there for him, because the angle has changed to him where they've come around the wicket. They are through and around. They're actually just going over the wicket and trying angling into those pads and just drifting it up a little bit more flight, a little bit deeper into the crease.
It's well worked around the corner. No 45, but deep square comes around to mop things up. And something that India A are honing in on is, you just saw Jean du Plessis kick the dust in frustration and anger, and that's something that good teams will note and then immediately zero in on.
And the chatter would be asking why are you so frustrated? You're not seeing the red ball?
He's so close, but isn't that quintessential Yasin Vali? 1 away, and he'll wait for the next over. It's 28 gone, 105 for 2.
57 of 98 is the partnership. And you can see just du Plessis just maybe practicing a ball or two there, just showing what the bowler's doing. Maybe just contemplating that there might have been 1 or 2 wrong ones in there that didn't turn as much as the others. So just trying to figure out exactly where the release points are. Especially playing top class spinners, that's one thing you want to note very quickly is wrist position, finger position, where they let the ball go in certain deliveries. And that's what separates the good players from the excellent players, is getting into positions quickly, because you're reading the ball, you're reading the game, you see exactly what ball's being bowled. And as Shane Warne always said, that although he knows the wrong one's coming, you still got to hit it.
Oh goodness, that was an awkward shot. Just fended at that one. On the bounce, maybe a half chance. Du Plessis wrings his hands. He'll get 4 runs for it. It really looked uncomfortable. Just jagged back in.
And that's that 7-meter mark where that ball just rises up on the batter, and it just did not stop rising. Sharp bounce.
Yeah, it looked like he also was wrong-footed, was the man at second slip, hoping it would go to his left, but ended up like a good penalty taker, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way.
It's very difficult once the ball does not go where it's aimed.
Now when he leaves again and just watching it all the way through to the wicketkeeper.
Just pointing there to Yasin Vali, that one all of a sudden just kind of kept its line. But I don't think it's the line that's the thing, it's that length. As soon as they go to that 7-meter mark, that's the one that just, as you mentioned, that venomous snake just pops up. It feels like a mole is sticking out his head there, and the ball just pops up from it. And that is kind of where I think they should concentrate here, because that's where everyone has looked uncomfortable in this match.
It's far more comfortable with the cut stroke from Du Plessis. And again, he has that motion of kind of shadow bowling, if you will.
So it looks like if you compare this innings of the Indian bowlers to the first innings that they did, the first day that we saw, they started off well, and then from there it didn't click. From there it just didn't connect, because there was 50 partnerships all the way through, and Sil Krishna had different ideas yesterday morning in that first hour. And this time around, even Thakur starting it up, the bowlers have looked a lot more effective, they've looked a lot more rhythmic, the ball has done a lot more. The swing with the conditions obviously isn't there, but they've actually created a lot more questions than answers.
Just opens the blade. That'll run down to the third man boundary. It's 50 runs for Yasin Valley. He's really had to apply himself here. Tough knock. And he just politely raises his bat to his teammates and some of the fans that are out here at the JB Marks Oval.
And the partnership gone to 63. Yasin Valley is 50 up. And I think he knows, with the gesture of just saying thank you with the bat, he knows it's only job half done. He's got to stick around, he's got to stay there. I think his plan is to bat till tea.
That would certainly influence the direction of this game if he can have Du Plessis as a partner for that long. Still 2 and a bit hours till we get there. Or perhaps not, depending on how the sessions are structured. It's Nelson for 2 and 1 ball remaining in the 29th.
And we got our foot up for Nelson. For everyone not aware of that, it's a very superstitious number for a lot of cricketers.
The idea was that Lord Nelson, a mariner, 1 eye, 1 arm and 1 leg, and that's where the 3 ones come from. And if you're not excuse me, if you're not superstitious, well then it makes no difference to you.
It's a very interesting topic, that being superstitious. As we know, cricketers are very superstitious. We spoke about it in our previous broadcast, where they will jest from the left-hand side, or they'll put this in first or that in first, and as soon as they see a cat, they won't cross the lines and won't walk under ladders and all that sort of stuff. And we mentioned Neil Mackenzie, where if you actually run into his half of the crease, you will come and complete the run before he chats with you in the middle. So cricket is very known for superstition, as well as baseball players. So it looks like there's a tendency there.
I wonder if it is just the nature of those types of games. Lots of time to get in your own head and maybe create the rhythms or routines that superstition can be based upon. You know, when you've got such a long break between your stints at bat in baseball games, can go in excess of 3 hours, and cricket not much different. So that maybe is where you mentally create the narrative for, if I don't do this, then there will be a certain result.
It also comes from the I scored 100 when I did this.
Yes.
So from now on, that's what I'm doing. Mom's got to wake me up at 6 o'clock with coffee and oats, that sort of stuff.
Got to wear the right set of under rods. I've seen sometimes footballers will wear the same pair of boots, or even those tiny shin pads. There are some footballers who prefer it.
And I know some footballers also, before they take a penalty kick, they'll actually look at the amounts of mud on their socks to determine on which sock to pull up first and all that. It's superstition that's gone crazy, to mention it, but there is some people that's very superstitious.
Neil Mackenzie will tell you, with over 19,000 first-class runs, that clearly the superstition worked. He has a double 100 in Test cricket as well, that coming against Bangladesh with South Africa in Bangladesh, with Graham Smith partnering him for South Africa's highest ever first wicket partnership in Test cricket.
And that's where it comes in that we also discussed yesterday in the broadcast, is when it comes to if it works for you, it works for you. So if you believe that drinking water only from the left hand is what you should do, do it.
Yassine Valley not worried about left or right. And at the end of 30, Nelson for 2.
And we're going to have a change in commentary as the partnership has moved on to 63. The legend coming back into the fold. We got Pendulo Mokobane replacing myself, Gert Maloney. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you, Gert. And we're going to have an unintended drinks break here with more helmets coming onto the park, or helmets being removed. But it is the number 97, Safras Khan, who summoned the drinks carrier with about 2 balls left in the previous over. Any superstitions that you carry with you, Pendulo? Anything that you buy into, or is it all just hogwash to you?
All just mindset. All just mindset. If I get the mind into what I need to do, regardless of what I feel that day, if I feel like drinking water before I do so, if I feel like coffee, depends on the day. I guess I'm those people you classify as non-superstitious, I suppose.
Maybe just a little stitious, no?
I guess stitiousing my mind into the game.
Stitiousing. We all have routines as players and as commentators. I know for you that you do prefer the water to be room temperature. You're not an ice cold man. I'm of the other school of thought. So each of these players will have their own routines in preparing to come out to bat.
If there's one thing I do take very strongly, it's enjoying good cricket and watching it unfold in front of our eyes. A strong single taken by Jean du Plessis. You heard the conviction in the call there as well. No hesitation. Good cricket.
You immediately set off to Jean du Plessis. A couple of risky singles here between these two, but if it means that there's no risk in terms of a stump being disrupted, or if you feel like even though you're safe, the fielders are hitting the stumps, you might not take that single on.
Getting on top of that, but it's just an easy swivel. And you know, David, speaking about these superstitions you speak of, I really do like my water at room temperature. It makes the voice much more calm and smoother. But on top of that, prior to coming into the game, the preparation that is taken, you know how I always love having my flip file open, having all of these sheets of paper flowing around. It's that preparation that is taken in order to know what is going on and understand what might come into the game. And that's exactly what these players do as well, with all of the weeks of training and all of the camps that they take as well. It's the preparation in their craft and understanding that they can play shots like that. Cut just behind square though. You know, knowing coming to the match here, what the conditions are, therefore what type of game you're supposed to play here today. Yesterday's game is not the same as today, despite the fact we're in the same ground and playing the same match. Just as shown by Yassine Valley's superb innings today, contrast to the really hard-fought first innings score. And cover-up are really giving it a lot of width here.
Jean du Plessis not afraid to go after that one. Really had to bend and stretch for that one. His stance being as low as it is still doesn't mean that he had to play that shot comfortably. It was quite a bit of a reach out there.
The thing is, with that lowered, crouched stance, those deliveries are not particularly short from Kaverapa, but because of how low he is, he can get to that ball as if it's short, just transferring his body weight so well, being able to reach at those wide deliveries. reaching for that one is Yasin Vali. Much more positive scoring as well from the South Africans too.
It's a good way to end the over. One coming from it in that last delivery. 31 gone, 117 for 2.
First test match, first unofficial test match in what will be a 3-match series for the Indians here. This one being the first, or being 4 days, and then the second one though being a 3-day internal game. You'll see the India team preparing for the Boxing Day test match, will be beginning on the 26th. And that's where you'll see all the stars. And of course there, you'll also be able to catch the game here on the CSA YouTube channel.
Boxing Day is going to be crucial for both India and India A. The Indian team in full, the senior team, they will be playing at Supersport Park in Centurion, the northern part of Gauteng.
Big appeal, but nothing there. Just continuously reaching for it is Yasin Vali.
And then Boxing Day at Willamore Park in Benoni, as South Africa A, with a much varied squad, will take on India A for the second game in the series. It's not the norm that a side would have two completely different different squads for 2 games in a series.
That is, of course, because the teams, local teams for the 4-day series, very highly contested 4-day series, are currently in action in the first day of the 4th round in the CSA 4-day series. So the very best of those teams need to be out there, because all the teams just play 1 round against each other, so every match counts. You can catch those matches live on the YouTube channel though.
And at the end of the over, we will give you the updates from around the country in the CSA Division 1 4-day series.
Oh, that might be a really tough one. It's floated up, really chucked into the feet, but it's not given out.
Bit of a rash shot there from Jean du Plessis. Just looking at this replay, looked like he was teeing up there and maybe just missing leg stump.
And is standing with a very open stance as du Plessis, hungry to take anything on if it will be on his arc. Of course, he's not afraid to take on Kumar. He did exactly that in the first innings, how he got himself going. And he's a man who's already in a very good gear in his innings. Such is the partnership here. Now struggling to 71. Du Plessis moves to 36. It's 119 for the loss of 2.
So to just give you an update of Division 1, in which most of those players will be participating who are not here in this game, but rather the next one as they take a bit of a drink. It is the DP World Lions up against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. The Dolphins playing at home. They've won the toss and decided they'll have a bat. Marcus Ackerman on 99 from 133. Kazondo at the other end. North Narat from 3 deliveries. They are 181 for 3. In the other game, Tuskers are AET Tuskers playing host to the G-Bets Rocks. And the Rocks are 168 for 5. Early wickets being crucial there for the Tuskers. Dudgeon, Tando Ntini and Kukumur, as well as Nipper, picking up wickets in that game. The Titans taking on the Warriors, and you can also see that game with commentary on the CSA YouTube channel as the Momentum Multiply Titans take on the Dafabet Warriors. Diogo Brevas at the wicket with Sibonelo Makanya at the moment, as they have scored 121 for 3. The wickets falling to Janssen, Swanepoel and Meyer. And then finally, the Western Province side taking on the home side here at the JB Marks Oval. They're away are the Dragons at Newlands. They are 166 for 7. It was pure drama earlier in the day where where Mtiwekaya Nabe, after 10 overs, has taken 5 for 38. And some stabilization now by Michael Pretorius and Mikhail Prince, somebody who scored 100 here in a phenomenal game here between them and the Rocks. But we'll be back with you in just a short moment after the drinks break.
We're back. South Africa have a lead of 21 runs and 8 wickets in hand. Pendulo Makubane here with you. David Midgley by our side, bringing you this ball-by-ball action contest of South Africa A taking on India A. This is the final day after losing day one to inclement weather. We stayed here for the whole day. It gave signs that it was going to come back. We had confirmed time that it was going to play, and just as the covers came on, so did the rain. Now we are here with a game that seems to be coming to a dead end here, David.
It's a bit frustrating, but it allows us to look at the tour ahead. You'll remember that from the 26th to the 29th of December, South Africa A and India A will play their second game, and it's a very different squad to the one that we have seen out here, and even so in some parts to the squad that we saw in Bloem.
It's just Kaverapa who'll be starting off here, and he's bowling to a man in Yasin Valley and Jean Duplessis, amongst all the other players who are in the South Africa A team who have never played A level cricket before. So this is the first for all the gentlemen, which quantifies the vast differences between the two teams that we'll actually be seeing.
And two opportunities for someone in this group to be included in that squad. And I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. For me, Evan Jones and Jean Duplessis.
You know, Evan Jones was phenomenal. These are the moments where we talk about, David, that the statistics don't speak what you actually see when you sit down and you watch the game. Evan Jones was spirited, fighting like a warrior. He took 4 wickets at nearly five and a half runs to the over, and 2 of those wickets happened in the morning. If you went to sleep and he couldn't bowl again, you would have thought he had a bad day. You really would have thought that he had a tough day, but the conditions and what he was trying to implement, he was the enforcer of the South African team, trying to instigate something against what was a frustrating partnership between Ranjan Paul and Shardul Thakur.
Frustrating indeed, and it just needs that impetus from someone in a game to just shift things for them, just to change how they would operate and just reignite the energy in the field.
And Kaverapa just greeting us with a couple of wide ones, consistently pushing it wide. You see there's a man who's standing at short extra cover. There's, what should say, our 2 gullies by the Indians, trying to draw on the idea that Yasin Valley may flish and whoosh into one.
We do come with onomatopoeia on this broadcast, unlike any other. You're tuned in to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. One hand, one bounce. One hand, one bounce. Garden cricket games that'll happen over December. If it were the case, he would have celebrated a brilliant effort there, diving to his right-hand side, the second gully.
It's summer here in South Africa anyway, David. This is how it's done. And what I like is that it got the Indians just to cheer up a little bit, get them chattering. It's something that has been going missing for them. And that little chatter getting Kaverapa onto the money, even that leave getting the people behind the stumps going cheers. It's the end of over number 33. The South Africans lead by 22 runs.
We've spoken a lot about Jean Duplessis and his impact on this game and how well he's done with his opportunity. But another person who perhaps wouldn't be the first name on the lips of a South African A squad is that of Johan van Dijk, who comes from the Northern Cape Heat, who will be included in that second game. I'll just run through the side for you. Matthew Breetzke, after having done duty for South Africa in the T20 series, with the final game getting underway this afternoon at the DP World Wanderers. And then it will be Sunday's time for one-day cricket. It's Pink Day in the 2023-24 season. Bjorn Fortuin, the Lions man, is joined by his teammate Zubair Hamza and Tsepo Moreki, as well as Dwan Olufir, who's not playing today, surprisingly, for the DP World Lions. Sinatemba Qeshile makes a return for the South African A side, having participated in that series against India A in 2021.
Unfortunate over the years who got the chance late in their careers. You think of the likes of Chris Rogers, thinks of the likes of Alistair Cook or Stephen Cook here for South Africa. Really got the open door much later. Ooh, and just looking to open the doors, there's Kaverapa. in between the bat and pad. The inside edge back into the padding, and Kaverapa will be one of the players who also be transposed into the second team, which will be playing that match on the 26th.
And the nature of this series is such that for the South African A team, it's almost two separate outings. It's not one that is consistent where you move from one venue to the next, and especially with the interruption of that internal game. I'd love to be able to maybe just as a fly on the wall just keep an eye on that scorecard in that internal game, because the suspicion would be that the India team proper will win the toss and probably bat for 2.5 days, with some of these A bowlers through the ringer.
I'd be very interested to see how the split of the team will actually happen, who will go where. Maybe you'll want some of the young guys such as Kaverapa playing alongside your big boys, because my word, he's been bowling really well, has Vidwath Kaverapa.
It reminds me a little bit of Navdeep Sani in that 2021 series. He was somebody who did okay within the structures, but then suddenly turned it on when he got to A level. And he had a really good couple of spells in that series. It's always difficult when you do play at the same venue, but then also you have such varying conditions. You mentioned that, well, you didn't mention, we are aware that you were at the West Indies A, South Africa A game just a couple of weeks ago in Benoni. What did you make of conditions there?
Benoni conditions were rather interesting because the surface in Benoni was also becoming slower and slower as the day progressed. And it was a huge leg side field that we had, but what we did also have was 4 stunningly glorious days where the sun was baking. What we got to see at Benoni against the West Indies, there was a surface where if you applied yourself really hard, you will get reward for your work. But interestingly enough, at around over number 60 odd, there was tinges of reverse swing that were coming through, which was just exhibited by Harjas Viljoen and Jaden Seal. So conditions where we got some reverse swing, and the last session was utter devastation throughout all the days. And here we are still within the second one after over number 35. South Africa lead by 29.
127 for 2, and lengthy conversations at the standing in between Bharat and his lieutenant generals about where they should drive this game, because with just 2 minutes to go till 2 o'clock, that tea interval will be squinted at and noted where the game is. Such an important decision in contest, and Yasin Vali's just trundled along here to his 58 from 115. His partner du Plessis 39 from 62, a far cry from the aggressive nature that we saw du Plessis execute once he got past his 50. The partnership 79 though, so doing all the right things required to tick the boxes. Just a lengthy delay here.
But you know what was interesting with what we saw from Jean du Plessis yesterday is that there was a time where the momentum was firmly within the Indians. They were really on top of their game with the Indians over the South Africans, and went into a shell a little bit, did du Plessis. But in doing that, he still didn't produce chances. Oh, there's a big chance here for the Indians again, with Kumar appealing for his life against umpire Gaza, but the impact outside the off stump.
Not really an interested shot from the bowler until he saw his teammates really go wild. And there's just a remonstration there from Sarfraz Khan to say, "You've been hit there, mate. Just walk."
Really tossing it up and pushing it very full is Kumar. hallmark of his entire bowling spell has been those lengths which are very much full. But the problem is, sometimes they just go into the arc. I've seen a couple of reverse sweeps and good shots from Yassine Valley. Expansive, banging shots from Jean Duplessis, both against Kumar. Changing the pace up, and they steal a single.
Just strolls out to the other end. He did make sure that he asked the question earlier in the over of Safras Khan's, do you mind if I go for a walk? Nobody wants to be a victim these days of a Johnny Bestowing, if that's the word.
You've been JB'd. No. No? Always have to make sure that you are in the crease. The opposite of a man cut, if you'd say.
And not to be confused with the JB Marks Oval here in Potchefstroom. Very wide leg fielder here. He's almost in a gully region, Safras Khan.
But just exploiting the depth of the mid-on in the middle fielders, pushing it into that side. Only 2 men patrolled the boundary for Kumar. Man standing at deep mid-wicket, man standing at third man as well. So they remain in those positions, becomes third man in the case of Valley, becomes fine leg in the case of Duplessis.
Squeezed.
It's just like, there's a real, he keeps on nagging there, like you keep on saying there, David, like his, feels like he keeps on knocking on that gap.
Sensing that there could be something. There's already been a shout.
And he's playing with his pace much more differently here today as Kumar. The lead is 31 with 8 wickets in hand.
129 now for 2. Cover up a wicketless thus far in his spell. As is, well, not unlike Kumar, who's 1 for 43 from his 13. And to kind of come back to that 2021 series with the second game looming on the 26th of December, it was 3 drawn games, which for those who may have been watching may have been frustrating, but it was a tour of opportunities for people to show a name for themselves. Tony DeZorzi getting 117 in the first game, Peter Malan with 163, and that's what really set up the South Africans in that first game. And then as the spare man comes on the park, Pulkit Narang, just coming back to that first game, South Africa winning the toss and having a decision to bat first, as we'll see change in the bowling. Prasid Krishna will replace Cover-Upper. He's got...
He really cranked it up there, did Krishna. Not only just in pace, not only just in efforts, but also in the height of the delivery. Yassine Valley struck. Yassine Valley also stunned. It's been a partnership of immensity here between Valley and Duplessis. It's grown to 90 runs. That run rate has been consistently over 3.5 runs to the over.
It's never nice to get hit on the head, feeling dazed. And fortunately for Yassine Valley, he had that protective bit of foam. They'll have a chat now about what day of the week is it. How do you feel? Surprised that hasn't yet been a helmet sent out, but I'd hope that they would replace it. You can just see the physio just having a look at it and maybe yanking and pulling at it to try and see if there may be a crack. But sometimes it's more of a micro crack than anything.
Good thing is also this gives Yasin Vali enough time to just breathe and calm down and get his senses back, because that dragged off from a pretty decent length. You know, you'd think you can dodge that, but the way it jagged back, the way it rushed him after it pitched, he couldn't even do anything about it. But as they get themselves ready and as they get Yasin Vali checked out, we'll be having a drinks break and we'll be back. Coming back from that short break, it was a break caused by a nasty delivery from Prashid Krishna, smashing the helmet of Yasin Vali. Got in time to recollect himself, but it was a very, very, very good short ball.
Vicious stuff from Prasid Krishna, and they even had to go seek out a new pot.
But having time to just calm down and breathe and have a sip of some water, the front foot is working again for Yasin Vali.
It's good to see there. A bit of a punch glove. Yes, it is cricket. Yes, it is part of the game, but the key is that you just want to make sure that the other guy's okay.
It's always at the end of the day that's the case, but you can't do that instantly in the spirit of competitiveness, because what if the man is actually not that down? Have to be still a feisty bowler.
Cricket is perhaps a little bit more sensitive after the passing of Phil Hughes. And it's never nice getting hit on the head. Trust me, you don't forget those moments. So ring your bell. your ears will be ringing as well.
It actually takes me back to the Ashes tour where Jofra Archer made his grand entry to Test cricket. Put down the Steve Smith. Had to go out of the match because of a concussion, and that's where we saw the first concussion substitution in Test cricket, and that was Magnus Labuschagne. Came in. The very first ball he faced was the nastiest jaffer halfway down the pitch, nipping back towards him, put him on the floor, hitting him in the head. And, well, the rest is history after that.
The one that sticks closest in the mind here for South Africans, perhaps, is that of Justin Langer in his 100th test. Makai Ntini hit him on the head. And when Justin Langer recently came as Australia coach, it was a South Africa-Australia test match at Johannesburg. And they say, what do you remember of your 100th test? He said, I remember walking out to bat. And that was the conclusion of my time. 100th test, knocked him out. And that was it. So not exactly the dream 100th test, but isn't that part of the game? Just the vicious nature of facing fast bowling.
And this was Makai Ntini at his finest, at his absolute peak, running and fighting hard, the legendary opening pair of Justin Langer and Matthew Hayden. But right now, we are seeing this third wicket partnership, which is worth 92 runs between Yasin Vali and Jean du Plessis. The lead for the South Africans is 42 runs.
I'm very grateful these days that crash helmets do exist. You watch cricket of years gone by.
Being to wear one as a requirement, when they step up. There's a huge trust and a huge backing in the safety of the players. Here comes Ranjan Paul.
Especially at the lower levels, your youngsters know that within, I believe it's 5 meters of the bat that they have to have a helmet on.
Five meters to have the helmet on. They were calling for two, Jean du Plessis and Vali, but great coverage over the square, keeping that just to one.
Safety is such an important aspect of the game, and it's improved so much over the last 5 to 10 years. It's not only bats technology that has improved, but also the helmets, which arguably are one of the two most important protective items when going out to bat. Even with fielding, you also note that wicket keepers have a small arch on the back of their helmets, and if you're not quite sure what that's for, well, that straight edge of a helmet means that when you're wicket keeping and your head is tilted up, it can cut into the neck. Good bit of running from the South Africans. Hit the stumps as well. And a shot there by Devdutt Padikkal to no one really, because the umpire was at his left rather than his right.
Speaking of that safety and that direct hit, unexpected. And that's why when wicket keepers also stand up, they must wear their glasses to protect the eyes after the incident of Mark Boucher, where Imran Tahir got the ball, bowled the double. Sudarshan has returned himself into the pitch. Hunger to come back and play after hurting his right arm. You'll see once we get a graphic of him later that he has bandaged his right arm, his right hand rather.
One more remaining in this commentary stint of mine. And that's the end of 40. It's 145 for 2. I'm going to be replaced by Gert Maloney, and Mpendulo will be by his side.
The lead for the South Africans has grown up to 47 runs. Game has really hit cruise control. Not knowing who's on top, who's on the bottom. Well, there might not be anyone at the top nor at the bottom here.
Yes, Pendulo, it's one of those things that when you see the inevitability of what's going to happen, you still hope, you still think. Lead is already up to 47. T is not that far away anymore. So what would the decisions be at T? Do they feel they want to risk another injury? As we saw, a very nasty bumper there to Yasin Vali, brilliantly bowled. One of the Indian players already has got hand strapped as well. So will they risk another injury? Would they actually want to go? There's a field change for Du Plessis, who's honing in on that 50 as well, and the partnership on 97, Du Plessis on 48. 2 mid wickets waiting for him. Fantastic running and calling again. You mentioned it earlier, that immediate call.
They trust each other so much. There's no hesitation. That's why and that's how you grow a partnership up to 98. That's how you don't create opportunities for an entirety of 171 balls. They've been batting very well, and like you've been preaching since yesterday, Gert, the idea of batting for each other, and this is what this partnership has exemplified.
Yes, they do really understand one another. Nice loud calls, not those guys who feel their feelings are hurt when you shout at them. Oh, very wide ball there. That one actually, interesting to see if he just rolled his fingers on that one, because it got to the second bounce to the keeper. Didn't go through at all, as we've seen a few of the balls actually go. Yeah, he just rolled his fingers on the side there, just trying to take the pace off it a little bit. That's why the ball just died on the keeper there.
I'd like to see a little bit of variation here from Krishna. Haven't seen any of it throughout the entirety of the game. He does have white ball caps, trying to show his array of skill.
Ooh, a bit of danger there. Another direct hit. The ball actually hit the stumps, and Yasin Vali is feeling that one on the body. Looks like it's another one on the hand. Might be the forearm as well. We'll have just to watch the replay there. It's the hand that just got smashed into the handle of the bat there, and we're going to have another quick work for the physio just to come and have a look.
It's nasty business here for Yasin Vali to deal with. He's just getting smashed left, right and center. This time it's the bottom hand which just got the nasty. Making it home was Jean Du Plessis, and it's that extra bounce that's coming from around the wicket from Krishna again. That's what happened with him when he got clattered in the head and lost his helmet. That's what's happened again with him getting hit on that left hand. And Gert, you talking about it, how long will it go on? If the game is going to a dead end, how long? What do you risk? Your bowlers in the hot sun, your fielders on what might bump somewhere. Now your batters getting hit.
And also it's a very 6 of the one, half dozen of the other scenario, where you want to keep the guys in the field as much as you want, because they know they're fighting for places, they're fighting for a bit of recognition. They want to build up the stats, they want to show the selectors, here I am, look at me. And also you don't want to risk them getting injured. They might just have a person like Krishna, let's use him as an example, not to speak it over him or anything, but he's taken the 5 wicket. He did the hat-trick yesterday as well. Having one on the finger now might not be the best thing for him. We saw Kavarappa in the first innings bowling with a slight hamstring niggle. That is another thing that could be something that holds him back if he gets a call-up. So we saw Paul had bandages replaced on his left arm as well. So it's one of those things, scenarios where You want to give them as much opportunity as possible to show what they're worth, to show what they can do, to show off the skills, but also be a little bit protective.
And the thing is, Gert, we know the mindsets of players, of athletes. Even if their hand is chopped off, Coach, I'm good to play.
Let me
Coach,
pick it
put
up.
me in.
Where's the duct tape?
You know, it's a never say die attitude that is carried by the athletes, and that's what puts them to the very top of the game, which differentiates them from mere humans and mere mortals that walk amongst us. So it's just.
But it's also one of those things that can end your career very abruptly.
Those are the words I didn't want to say.
Yeah, because unfortunately there's so many instances where that niggle just became a big problem. Where the little slight side strain, let me continue another couple of overs, another couple of games, nurse it here, nurse it there, have a pull there, have a massage there, and then all of a sudden that niggle becomes career threatening. So it's all about the management staff, what they want to see. We know that this team is changing almost completely on its head for the next 4 days. But also the Indian touring team has got that inner team game coming up on the 22nd, the 3-day game against the ones that they are trying to get out of the mainstream and get themselves into. So you kind of want to give them the best opportunity as well.
100% you never want to see some of your men go down because firstly they have to deal with foreign conditions as well. If that is the case, if they were to break down. But it was the Indians who wanted to play this match. They were eager to get their men out there. You don't want to travel for nothing. It's a lot of costs that you carry, so you want to make the full maximization of those costs as well. So here they want their men to get as much game time as possible. Yasin Vali is up on his feet.
Hand back in the glove. And definitely will be a little bit of an alarm effect, that woo, 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 just the hand throbbing.
And you see, here he could have really said, I've scored 67, come in, let me just take a break. But it's that gutsiness that you need as an athlete that's making him stay up there.
Grit. And great bowling by Krishna, immediately going to that same ball again. And now they've just stuck someone on their helmet in that silly mid-wicket, silly square leg. But he's just about 3 meters further away. It's especially for that one just popping up there. And you know what they say, once you pop, you can't stop.
And you know, now it's going to be another psychological thing because he's trying to stay strong and keep both hands on the handle of the bat. But it's so easy for the reactions to just let the hand loose again and dangle the bat. And into the picture comes the man who is in the helmet.
Oh, lovely cut shot there. Yasin Vali not just ducking under that one. Great timing. It's another 4.
Wonderful shot that is from Yasin Vali. Just getting the line wrong that time, did Krishna. He was looking to bang again short, but just a little bit wider than what he wanted. If you take a look, the ball just moves back into the left-hander continuously. So he started it off a little bit too wider. It got to Vali wide, and we've seen Vali just play those balls on the top of the bounce, down the slip cord into the third-man boundary. So easy pickings for the left-hander.
And also the 100 partnership coming up there. It is 102 of 175. Oh, another one. He's going to feel that one as well.
Good bowling this.
Krishna really bowling at Vali. This is a competition that we love to see between bat and ball. And
That is lightning stuff. From a back of a length, it picked up again going down the slope.
yeah, that's becoming a problem area. And this was the other hand now. It was the left hand that got hit there as well.
But with that survival, it's the 150 runs up for the South Africans to go alongside the partnership that you've just mentioned, Gert, and the lead also going over 50 runs. So a multitude of milestones. But Yasin Vali still remains out there after 41 with the lead on 52.
It's after 41 over 71. Vali has scored in about 7 hits later. And another milestone, I beg your pardon, a milestone looming is Duplessis, who's was a centurion in the first innings and on the brink of scoring a half century here. And there it is, quick single running through Vali. Great stuff, young man. 50 up.
Back to back. That is not a bat. That is a weapon of mass destruction from Jean Duplessis. And man, oh man, is he using it well. Back to back 50s. Might as well bat to yet another 100 because it will be the second time if it does get to 100 this season where he scored back-to-back centuries in one match rather. Phenomenal talent, an exciting watch indeed for the years to come.
And yes, as you know, we're in the cricketing world. We speak a lot of cricket. We talk to a lot of people. One of our commentating team has mentioned that he rates him very, very high, and how well that has turned out for him. So good call there, Werner.
Just 25 years old is Jean Duplessis. That's the same age as a young Reynard van Donder, who's also making his way up. You know, that's a good age for a batter to start ripening up. And with the expansion of the South African structure and the competition where you know that staying up in your league is the way to go,
excellent running once again. Immediate call. You mentioned it before and you said it again. Immediate call.
They don't waste time. They don't waste time. And with this growth of this structure of South African cricket, in years to come, it may not be a surprise to see a team strong enough to be an A team and strong enough to be a B team where they can play against each other just like the Indians did with India and India B. It's exactly could be the same thing here for the South African team.
Almost going back in time where we used to have trials like that. You get an A and a B team play against one another. We did it in all formats. We did it in rugby, we did it in soccer, football, as most people would know it probably, and we did it in cricket especially as well. Have your A and B teams play against one another and pick a team from there.
So the team can be strong, but you know, another thing that may be undermined when we look at it clearly, we see this over of Pradosh Ranjan Paul come to an end with the lead on 54. It's the value of the coaching.
And it is the value of the coaching. Pendula, I beg your pardon for interrupting, but we've just seen that it is tea, and you can actually see the handshakes all around there. This might be the call that we're waiting for. We'll just get clarity from everyone, but let's just do a quick recap there, Pendulo. It's been a fascinating game thus far. It's 152 for loss of 2 in their second innings, with Yasin Vali on 72 of 137, Duplessis on 50, partnership of 104, and it's been great tidings, a lead of 54, and it looks like the teams are shaking hands. They realize that 18 wickets is not going to fall within today.
What a match, which just lacked that one day that we unfortunately lost. This is in essence moving day, and the day did move with a flurry of wickets in the first session, losing 7 in total, 5 for South Africa, 5 for India, 2 for South Africa, and those were the last 2 wickets that fell. This partnership was holding strong. The batting conditions were getting better and better and better. India winning the toss, electing to bowl first. South Africa having a centurion in John Duplessis and Ruben Herman coming close with 95. Pradesh Krishna and Saurabh Kumar being the key wicket takers for India. 5 for Krishna, 3 for Kumar, and Ranjan Paul. How good was he for his 160? And how good was Evan Jones getting his 4 wickets? So it was a complete balanced game here. So people saying, oh, it's just batting, but how was the balance and how good was it?
It's what we mentioned earlier when David and myself was talking as well. It is one of those things where, yes, the batters did dominate a little bit, but there was patches where, if you look at yesterday morning, Krishna came in, he blew out the last 5 wickets after a horrible first over, should be said. And then he came back, he took the last remaining 5 wickets. He took a hat-trick in that 5 as well. You saw Jonesy this last night, very last ball clean up ball, was on 160 odd already. And then you also had Jonesy this morning taking up the first 2 wickets. So a fantastic game. I think there's a lot of positives to take out of it. Maybe not the result we're looking for, but you mentioned it. We mentioned it throughout the broadcast that one day. Day 3 was moving day. This would have been interesting if we had one more day left.
If we had that one more day, it would have been awesome. But it has come to an end here at the wonderful JB Marks Oval here in Potchefstroom in the northwest. This is the first of 2. We've seen this one come to a draw. The next one will begin concurrently with the Boxing Day Test match. That Boxing Day Test match happening in SuperSport Parks in Turin. So get your tickets at ticketpros.co.za, and you can watch the match between South Africa A and India A, which will have completely different sides, stronger sides, as there will not be any CSA 4-day competition happening during that time. So you can come join us here on the CSA YouTube channel on the 26th right up to the 29th of November, or you can go to Willamore Park in Benoni. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for joining us on this wonderful broadcast. It has been us here at Pitch Vision alongside Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, bringing you this first match, and we will be seeing all of what has happened in this game. Match drawn here in Potchefstroom. We wish you to have a wonderful rest of the week as we sign out in this wonderful broadcast. Have yourself a wonderful day. We'll see you again on the 26th of December.